Chapter 1462. The surroundings were completely silent. The powerful immortal race, Void Immortal, used the dominating heaven hand to suppress Su Yan. But what was the result? After exchanging blows with someone of the same generation, Xian Hongshen was seriously injured. His entire arm was blasted apart, blood flowing all over the ground. He was almost defeated miserably. However, Su Yan had been rather mysterious since the beginning. It could be said that he had hidden his strength deeply. No one knew what level his ultimate fighting strength was at. "Who are you?" Xian Hongshen's words were sinister, but he did not feel discouraged or depressed. He stared at Su Yan. What did he mean by his words just now? Did he come to the Nine Pinnacles mountain to kill him? Xian Hongshen was both shocked and furious. What kind of existence was he? A young hollow immortal of the Xian people. Why would he be afraid of an expert of the same generation? But now, someone was telling him that someone had his eyes on him and wanted to kill him. And this person was standing on the Nine Pinnacles mountain. This was the greatest humiliation to Xian Hongshen. Is Xian Hongshen unable to defeat him? Is he a top hollow immortal? Xian Qingshan's face paled in shock. He instantly rushed over, raising his large hand to attack Su Yan. Wait! However, Xian Hongshen raised his only arm and blocked Xianqing Mountain. His body rose from the ground and rushed to the top of the sky. He shouted angrily, "You don't have to do anything. Yi Qing wants to kill me, right? I, Xian Hongshen, would like to see if he can take my life away." The furious Xian Hongshen's aura had completely changed. The moment he activated his blood, it was as if the blood of an invincible being was being released. It shone brightly and covered Xian Hongshen's entire body. His aura became stronger. Xian Hongshen's fleshly body changed. His primordial spirit, flesh shell, and bloodline merged together, becoming one. Ah! He roared into the sky. His aura became stronger and stronger. It was as if he had turned into a genuine immortal. His exploded arm started to regenerate. From his shoulder, to his forearm, to his wrist, and even to his palm. This is the immortal blood indestructible technique. The onlookers were shocked. The secret technique of the deity's race was famous. It was said that even if the body exploded, it could be rebuilt with the immortal blood technique. It was a peerless secret technique that shocked the world. Xian Hongshen's bloodline was naturally extremely powerful. Moreover, he was now fully unleashing his power and undoing all of his seals. His aura was at its peak, and his head of long hair was fluttering in the wind. He said, "Come, I'll kill you." The energy that filled the sky raged like a raging tide, and the world became dim, as if a true immortal was awakening here. In the entire Nine Pinnacles mountain, only Xian Hongshen's mana was strong enough to suppress all the kings of his generation. "What are you screaming for? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Suddenly, the pressure of heaven and earth suppressed Su Yan. However, Su Yan was not afraid. His body rose from the ground, and like a comet, he shook off the raging tide of energy and attacked Xian Hongshen. Along the way, Su Yan's aura surged endlessly. His flesh and blood glowed brightly, as if a divine fetus had been born. In an instant, heaven and earth collapsed, and ghosts cried and gods howled. The scene of heaven and earth changed drastically. Is he a peerless false immortal? Everyone turned pale with fright. Su Yan's eruption of power was too sudden. He rose from the ground and arrived in front of Xian Hongshen in an instant. This was a very frightening person. He even vaguely suppressed Xian Hongshen's sharpness. "Kill!" Xian Hongshen roared and punched Su Yan. Su Yan also punched Xian Hongshen. The two peak false immortals clashed. Their fists collided, and the sound waves shook the heaven and earth. Many people couldn't stand steadily and staggered back. They were all horrified. Was this the power of a false immortal? Their combat strength was too shocking. They emitted a torrential energy storm, wreaking havoc between heaven and earth, destroying everything. Some people even saw blood blossoming. There was no doubt that someone was injured again. However, they couldn't see clearly who was injured. The two experts clashed and formed a huge energy field. Moreover, it began to spread towards the distant world, forcing the crowd to retreat again. They were shocked and frightened. They stood in the distant world and watched the two false immortals clash. Fist Radiance was still being released. The two experts clashed. Under the starry sky, fist after fist bombarded each other. Kill! Suyin finally roared. His long black hair scattered behind him. His moves were large and large, suppressing forward. Suyan's combat strength was domineering. With just a raise of his hand, his attack power was unparalleled. 3 consecutive punches blasted out, causing the void to be dyed red. Xian Hongshan's newly grown arm exploded again. Bastard! Xian Hongshan was furious. He lost too badly in a battle of physical strength. Although they were both false immortals and stood at the human Tao as one realm, Su Yan's punches were enough to destroy his false immortal body. You can't escape. Su Yan chased after him and swung his fist at Xian Hongshan, who was retreating. Ridiculous. Xian Hongshan let out a cruel laugh. Why would I run away? My strongest state isn't my physical body. The Xian people also have unparalleled immortal body art. However, I, Xian Hongshan, have never cultivated it. Your physical body is indeed strong, but you want to suppress me? You think too much. Boom! Xian Hongshan's body glowed with divine light. The pores on his body seemed to have turned into a cave. As he spat, the surroundings rumbled, and the sound of the earth shaking and mountains shaking could be heard. The energy essence between heaven and earth surged. It penetrated Xian Hongshan's body and stimulated a world of treasures to boil. Blazing light burst out from his body and tore through the void. This is the Xian people's ultimate heavenly art, the immortal furnace scripture. Everyone's faces turned pale. They saw a huge immortal furnace appear behind Xian Hongshan's back. Runes scattered down from it. The furnace seized the creation of heaven and earth and melted heaven and earth. The entire space on the mountain peak turned into a huge black hole. Only Xian Hongshan was shining brightly. Suppress! Xian Hongshan shouted coldly. His entire body and the immortal furnace behind him erupted at the same time. In an instant, a magnificent aura filled the air. He and the immortal furnace enlarged and quickly turned into a huge furnace that suppressed heaven and earth. The sound of scripture chanting filled the sky. It was filled with the power to melt all life in the world. It suppressed Su Yan and made his body blur. He was about to be melted by the huge furnace. Su Yan felt threatened. Even the indestructible body was about to be revived, but he suppressed the indestructible body. Su Yan's eyes blazed. He used the eye of the heavenly shield to observe the world of the furnace. It had to be said that the Xian people's ultimate heavenly art was extremely powerful. It sealed heaven and earth, and it was very difficult to find a flaw. It's useless. No matter how strong your body is, it can't withstand the smelting of the immortal furnace scripture. Xian Hongshan sneered. The huge furnace rotated and melted all life in the world. Even Su Yan's powerful body was about to be melted. However, just as Xian Hongshan's Tao energy penetrated Su Yan's body, he felt panic. It was as if he had touched the heavens and touched a taboo. Su Yan's blurry body blazed. The moment the great Tao energy circulated, everyone on the peak of the 9 Pinnacles mountain trembled in fear. Everyone was terrified. What was happening? What kind of ultimate heavenly art was being used to suppress the entire immortal furnace and make it dim? What scripture is this? Xian Hongshan felt his scalp go numb. Even his soul was shaken when he heard the chanting of sutras. It was grand and peerless, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It suppressed the energy of Xian Hongshan's Tao magic and greatly reduced his battle prowess. Everyone felt their hearts tremble. Xian Hongshan was being suppressed. The immortal furnace scripture was also being suppressed. When that person closed in, a terrifying aura was released. Even the sky was being torn apart. It was as if a ferocious dragon was released from its cage. It caused everyone's heart to tremble and caused Xian Hongshan's body to tremble. A dense blood-red light blossomed as well. Everyone was shocked. Xian Hongshan had been defeated again, and Su Yin was still hiding his true strength. It was hard for people to see how strong he was. Who are you? How can your heavenly art be so ridiculous? It could suppress my Tao. Xian Hongshan's body was stained with blood. His expression was ugly. This enemy was unfathomable. Regardless of whether it was his physical body or his Tao, he was very strong. The scripture is not bad. It's a pity that you didn't master it. Su Yin shook his head slightly and said, "The virtual immortal of the Xian people. Is this all you've got?" This battle disappointed Su Yin. He did not activate his strongest battle strength. He wanted to fight to his heart's content. Don't be complacent too early. Xian Hongshan's face turned green. He shouted angrily, "I have my ways to kill you." Instantly, Su Yin was alerted. He quickly retreated. However, he was still too slow. This was a shiny bracelet that fell from the sky. It was silver and white, as if it could suppress the starry sky. In an instant, it enlarged and almost covered the entire Nine Pinnacles mountain. What kind of treasure is that? Everyone thought that Xian Hongshan was going to be defeated. However, the silver bracelet fell from the sky and locked onto Su Yin at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. The Heaven and Earth Bracelet. Someone shouted, "This is the legendary Heaven and Earth Bracelet. Once it is used, as long as it is strong enough, it can lock any expert." Xian Hongshan is really taken care of by the Xian people. They even gave him a rare treasure like the Heaven and Earth Bracelet. What? This is the Heaven and Earth Bracelet. The Heaven and Earth Bracelet is made from Heaven and Earth Stone. Heaven and Earth Stone is a rare treasure that is infinitely close to the strongest treasure material. This item was considered a rare treasure. It was similar to the Nine Heavens flame fan. Its value could not be measured by the immortal Tao treasures. This type of rare treasure had shocking room for growth. The silver bracelet locked onto Su Yan's waist. Waves of heaven and earth's secret power flowed out and locked onto Su Yan's physical body. Clang! Su Yan struggled violently. He wanted to shake the Heaven and Earth Bracelet. However, this item was too strong. It released Heaven and Earth's secret power and locked onto Su Yan's physical body. The more he struggled, the more terrifying the Heaven and Earth Bracelet released Heaven and Earth's secret power. Su Yan's waist was almost bleeding. This showed how powerful the Heaven and Earth Bracelet was. This is a treasure refined by a perfected immortal. No matter how powerful your dermic powers are, you won't be able to break free. Xian Hongshan laughed angrily. Even though Su Yin was a perfected immortal, it was extremely difficult for him to break free from the Heaven and Earth Bracelet seal. This was his protective treasure. As a pseudo-immortal of the Xian people, how could he not have a powerful trump card to protect himself? Kid, you're finished. I'll suppress you first. Then, I'll see what your background is. Xian Hongshan pounced. He raised his hand and slammed it towards Su Yan's head. Roar! In an instant, Su Yin roared into the sky. Terrifying waves rippled from his body. He struggled violently, causing the Heaven and Earth Bracelet to vibrate. However, no matter how domineering Su Yan's physical body was, it was difficult for him to tear the Heaven and Earth Bracelet. This was a rare treasure refined from Heaven and Earth Stone. It's useless. I told you you're finished. Xian Hongshan laughed coldly. The stronger you are, the more I. However, before he could finish his words, Su Yan's eyes rippled with an incomparably bright light. The light that shot out from his eyes caused the vast starry sky to instantly undulate. All the great stars in the sky began to move with it. Although his body was suddenly suppressed by the Heaven and Earth Bracelet, Su Yin was still shining brightly. He controlled the starry sky. The Milky Way from the Nine Heavens descended. The majestic source of the terrain gushed out from the ground. When they converged, they formed an unparalleled killing technique. Master of mystical arts. The geniuses gathered in the Nine Pinnacles mountain were shocked. They could not believe that this was a master of mystical arts. He even preached in the starry sky. He controlled the power of the heavens and earth and evolved the structure of the field. It was as if the universe was being reenacted. Xianhong's expression darkened. In the face of this overwhelming energy, he didn't have any place to stand, nor did he have any path of retreat. Bastard! His face was pale. His body trembled violently. It was as if he was suppressed by the heaven and earth bracelet like Su Yin. The vast structure of the field directly locked Xianhong Shun, causing him to be unable to move in a short period of time. Even if his mana was overwhelming, he could not break free from the suppression of this structure in a short period of time. Mystical Art's 9 escape techniques, Heaven's Eye. Su Yan's eyes were terrifying once again. The splashes of light that shot out were like 2 celestial swords that had been unsheathed. They split open the entire sky and furiously slashed toward Xianhong Shun. Save me! Xianhong Shun was no match for it. Even Su Yan's heavens, I was too strong. It was like the eye of the heavens. The heavens' punishment sword was descending to judge him. You bastard, stop right there. Xianqing Mountain exploded. It tore through the void and rushed towards Su Yin in an instant. Old man, I took a huge risk on this trip to the 9 Pinnacles Mountain. Do you want me to return, empty-handed? A figure walked out from the void. He held the replica of the celestial slaying sword and said coldly, or rather, let me slash you again. I want to see if you can survive this time. Chapter 1463. What kind of doppelganger technique is this? Unbelievable. This person was clearly suppressed by the heaven and earth bracelet, but he still has a doppelganger that isn't inferior to his main body. Everyone was in heated discussion. The young talents of various races gathered here all had great backgrounds, but Su Yan's doppelganger technique was beyond their expectations. Some suspected that this person's background was very great. Of course, the most unbelievable thing was that the second Su Yin could actually strengthen his own strength. His life essence was peerless, surging with vast golden energy that wreaked havoc between heaven and earth. He didn't seem like a void immortal, but more like a true immortal. The energy in his body was too exuberant. Everyone's hearts trembled. What was this? When this person fought with Xianhong Shun earlier, he actually didn't use his strongest state. Now, his doppelganger was facing a true immortal expert, and his battle prowess erupted. His aura surged, pushing the divine power that filled the sky towards Xianqing Mountain to suppress it. Xianhong Shun's painful roar alarmed the people of Xianqing Mountain. At this moment, Xianhong Shun was too miserable. His eyes were bleeding, and his entire body was suppressed between heaven and earth, undergoing the trial of death. Su Yan's heaven eyes were terrifying. In his eyes, galaxies were illusory, and the sun and moon were destroyed. It was as if he had evolved the heavens, projecting a huge prison world formed by the laws of heaven and earth, suppressing Xianhong Shun. Using only a pair of heaven eyes, he suppressed a void immortal. One had to admit that the eye of the heavenly shield was too powerful. Of course, the most important thing was that Su Yan's attainments in the mystic arts had reached perfection. He even controlled the heaven-opening brush and used the most powerful attack of the mystic art's 9 shields, the heaven eyes. Bastard, I'll kill you. Xianqing Mountain roared angrily. This was definitely a peerless void immortal, a supreme overlord. In the entire Xian people, there were only a few like this. Since Su Yan was an enemy of the Xian people, he had to be killed. Boom! Xianqing Mountain's aura erupted in full force. Although he hadn't fully recovered from the sword wounds he'd sustained in the ruins of the Celestial Court, he was still a 6th-tier immortal Dao cultivator. The divine power he released from his body was enough to cause the mountains and rivers to tremble. The entire 9 Pinnacles Mountain was suppressed by him in a short period of time. No matter how powerful Su Yan's battle prowess was, it was still not enough to deal with Xianqing Mountain. When he arrived in front of Su Yan, he trembled in fear because he saw a terrifying sword embryo burning, releasing an aura that could kill all immortals in the world. Immortal slaying sword. No, you're the young Devil King. Xianqing Mountain screamed and issued a warning. His words echoed throughout the entire 9 Pinnacles Mountain. Once he said that, the entire 9 Pinnacles Mountain fell silent, All the cultivators standing there felt a chill from head to toe. Their hair stood on end, and their hearts were filled with disbelief. He's that wanted criminal? All the cultivators gathered here were petrified. They couldn't believe it. However, when they saw Su Yin wielding the immortal slaying sword, they were terrified. Wasn't that Xian Tian's treasure, the replica of the immortal slaying sword? Since Su Yin had taken out the immortal slaying sword, it was enough to prove his identity. Young Devil King, Wu Chili clenched her fists. How could she not know where this person came from? He killed Xian Tianhe with his sword, crippled Zhu Yao of the heavenly bamboo lineage, and even snatched a grade 9 pill from Dan Tianyuan. Now, in the entire Nine Pinnacles continent, large groups of Xian people and heavenly bamboo experts were searching for the young Devil King. It was to the extent that his bounty was suffocating. The immortal race had offered a total of 50,000 jin of immortal Dao stones for his head. This was a price that would make the eyes of everyone go red with envy. Even the powerful races they belonged to wanted to find traces of the young Devil King. But who would have thought that this ferocious man would appear in the Nine Pinnacles Mountain? His motive for coming here was to kill Xian Hongshun, the young void immortal of the Xian people. This was a declaration of war against the Xian people. You're the young Devil King. Xian Hongshun was doubting his life. A few days ago, he was arrogant and asked Su Yin to come here and spar with him. But in the end, he really came to kill him. How can it be you? Xian Hongshun roared. He felt that he was more humiliated than Xian Tianhe. Su Yin was humiliating him. Xian Hongshun couldn't control himself. He roared like a beast. Bastard, kill him, kill him. Immortal Qingshan hated Su Yin to the extreme. Su Yin had caused him to lose a lot of face. As soon as he attacked, he unleashed his maximum strength. His entire body emitted the light of the immortal Dao as he charged towards Su Yin. Immortal Dao energy filled the sky. One had to admit that true immortals were too strong. Su Yin couldn't fight Xianqing Mountain, but he had summoned the immortal slaying sword. Naturally, he couldn't fight Xianqing Mountain. The golden sword embryo was awakened. Because of the immortal slaying sword's sword chi, the moment this killing sword was revived, it released immortal slaying waves. Slash! Su Yin roared. He waved the immortal slaying sword and unleashed immortal slaying sword. What are you waiting for? Xianqing Mountain was terrified. He had been injured by this sword before. Naturally, he was scared. Immortal slaying sword was a forbidden technique. It could also hurt Su Yin. But Su Yin's goal had changed. He wanted to get his hands on the treasure that the Xian people had refined in the Nine Pinnacles Mountain. If he wanted to enter the Nine Pinnacles Mansion, he had to get rid of the Xian people's true immortals. Boom! Boundless sword radiance exploded. It was so sharp that it could split open the universe. A peerless sword was unleashed as well. It contained the unparalleled power of a mortal slaying sword. When the golden sword embryo was unleashed, the immortal Dao order in the sky was destroyed. It slashed towards Xianqing Mountain. On the other side, the Xian people's true immortal guarding the Nine Pinnacles Mountain also unleashed his power. His hands tore through space and time. His figure entered it and moved towards Su Yin quickly. Boom! However, the space-time tunnel he tore open exploded. Heavenly fire burned like the sea and spread to the physical body of this immortal Dao expert. What? The young Demon King has a helper. Is he trying to take down the Nine Pinnacles Mountain? This lunatic doesn't play by the rules. Who would have thought that he would dare to come to the Nine Pinnacles Mountain? Now, all over the Nine Pinnacles continent, there are Xian people searching for the young Demon King. But he has the guts to come here. Isn't he afraid of dying? The crowd was shocked. Large groups of cultivators retreated, afraid that the young Demon King would target them. Some people also saw a man in black holding the Nine Heavens flame fan. He was suppressing the Xian people's experts guarding the Nine Pinnacles Mountain. This was also Su Yan's clone. However, he had changed his aura. He didn't want others to know that he had mastered the one chi into 3 pure ones. This heavenly art was too important. If it was leaked, his bounty would not be just a few thousand kilograms of immortal Dao stones. He would probably be on par with the 10 most wanted criminals. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. There were many experts in the undying heavenly domain. Once the strongest heavenly art in history was leaked, some terrifying leaders might secretly target him. Before he stepped into the true immortal realm, he couldn't reveal his identity. Open for me. The true immortal guarding the 9 Pinnacles continent was powerful. He was an expert who was almost at the peak of the true immortal realm. His combat strength was extremely domineering. The heavenly fire in the sky was blown apart by his attacks. The terrifying waves he emitted were about to drown Su Yan. In an instant, in a world of fire, a 3-inch spirit-stabilizing needle as black as ink was awakened. However, the awakening of the spirit-stabilizing needle was far beyond Su Yan's control. The 3-inch spirit-stabilizing needle was much stronger than before. In an instant, it suppressed his primordial spirit. Oh no! The true immortal guarding the 9 Pinnacles mountain lost his composure. He caught an ancient expert who was faintly discernible in time and space. He was controlling the spirit-stabilizing needle. After all, this was the Wu family's treasure. It was enough to suppress the primordial spirit of any expert below the true immortal realm of the great all-embracing heaven. Under the control of the giant bamboo's remnant soul, the spirit-stabilizing needle was fully awakened. Crack! His glabella cracked. The black spirit-stabilizing needle was nailed into his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit trembled and was very unstable. He could die at any moment. Of course, the primordial spirits of such people were exceptionally strong. It was difficult for the spirit-stabilizing needle to destroy them. Those who stand in my way shall die. Su Yan roared angrily. He waved the 9 heavens flame fan without any regard for his life. Waves of heavenly fire were unleashed. It was as if a boundless calamity was born. The rolling heavenly fire swallowed the true immortal guarding the 9 Pinnacles continent. It burned his skin and flesh. His chi and blood dried up. His life was greatly damaged. There was even a large amount of fire that drilled into his flesh shell and burned his internal organs. Damn it! The true immortal guarding the 9 Pinnacles mountain lost control and screamed. His primordial spirit was suppressed by the spirit-stabilizing needle. In addition to the divine power of the 9 heavens flame fan, his true immortal body was collapsing. He was going to be burned alive. On the other battlefield, the Xianqing mountain was already afraid of Su Yan's swordsmanship. He was still traumatized. When the immortal slaying sword slashed down, the immortal path he conjured was disintegrated. This sword was too sharp and peerless. It wanted to kill all the experts of the immortal path in the world. Crack! Finally, the space between the Xianqing mountains' eyebrows collapsed. His primordial spirit suffered a destructive blow. It was as if his cultivation of the immortal path was cut off. Ah! He let out a shrill scream. He hugged his head and screamed in agony. It was as if he had fallen into the sword domain and was being slashed by thousands of killing swords. Every sword radiance had the power to destroy the immortal path. It was a shocking scene. The 2 true immortals were severely injured and lost their ability to fight. At the same time, Su Yan was not having it easy either. His 2 clones' vitality was greatly damaged. Their figures flickered and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Whether it was the 9 heavens flame fan or the immortal slaying sword, Su Yan suffered great losses. However, after severely injuring the 2 true immortals, the battle was under Su Yan's control. Under the suppression of the eye of the heavenly shield, Xian Hongshun finally screamed in agony. His eyes cracked, and his entire head was torn apart. His primordial spirit suffered a heavy blow, and he almost fainted. Open. Su Yan swallowed the starry sky. His body shook violently, and he sent the unstable heaven and earth bracelet flying. He rushed forward and lifted his foot to step on Xian Hongshun. It was a bloody scene. Su Yan stomped on his chest until it collapsed. His domineering actions stunned everyone. Was this really a hollow immortal? The powerful Xian Hongshun could not fight back in front of him. Who are you? Xian Hongshun was unwilling and desperate. What was the background of the young Devil King? Whose descendant was he? Was he really a descendant of the Celestial Court? On behalf of the Celestial Court, I'll kill you. Su Yin raised his hand and struck Xian Hongshan's body until it was a bloody mess. Soon, it rotted and even his bones were broken. The horrifying scene caused the spectators in the distance to tremble in fear. A large group of cultivators fled for their lives, not daring to stay in the Nine Pinnacles Mountain any longer. Once the hollow immortal of the immortal race was killed, it would be an earth-shattering event. You won't have a good ending. If my hollow immortal dies in battle, the entire undying heavenly domain will not be peaceful. You won't live for long. Xian Hongshan screamed in despair. He knew that he could not live. This person was definitely here for revenge. What's the big deal about killing a hollow immortal? Su Yin said coldly. My main goal is to harvest the fortunes of the Nine Pinnacles Mountain. You Xian people have nurtured them for 30,000 years. Let me harvest the fruits. Dream on, dream on. Xian Hongshan's primordial spirit screamed in despair. In the Ding Mansion, there were Xian people's experts. Su Yin could not succeed. Chi! Su Yin waved his celestial slaying sword and cut off Xian Hongshan's head. Chapter 1464. Su Yin carried a blood-stained head and rose from the ground. His entire body was filled with a murderous aura that pierced through one's soul. The scene of a blood-stained purgatory froze in the hearts of those who had yet to leave the Nine Pinnacles Mountain. They were all terrified. Xian Hongshan was killed, and Su Yin did not hesitate at all. He was too decisive. This ruthless person killed the Xian people's virtual immortal and even cut off his head. They felt a chill in their hearts. This was definitely a ruthless person. Even the experts from the Yin Emperor organization did not dare to kill the Xian people's virtual immortal. Once they did, the consequences would be severe. It was equivalent to declaring war on the Xian people. However, Su Yin was alone. He did not fear anything. So what if he killed him? Bastard! The Nine Pinnacles Mountain's perfected immortal roared. His cold, murderous aura filled the entire Nine Pinnacles Mountain. Every inch of the void trembled and shattered. His murderous aura shot into the sky and swept across all directions. After all, this was an expert who was about to reach the peak of the perfected immortal realm. He had been guarding the Nine Pinnacles Mountain for thousands of years. Now, a young Xian people's virtual immortal had died in the Nine Pinnacles Mountain under his nose. This was too serious. He could not absolve himself from the blame. Although his primordial spirit was suppressed and his physical body was burned, he was still very terrifying. His roar shook the earth and filled the air with terrifying vibrations. He roared, "You will not be redeemed even if you die 100 times. Even if you escape to the ends of the world, I will kill you. So what if you are a perfected immortal? I will kill you." Su Yan's body was close to the ground as he charged forward. His aura was released, and vast energy waves surged. It was as if a perfected immortal was awakening here. Along the way, immortal blood flowed. It was a terrifying scene. The entire Nine Pinnacles Mountain seemed to be sprinkled with immortal blood. Xianqing Mountain had exploded. Along the way, Su Yin swung the celestial slaying sword and slashed it apart. A Tao of immortals withered. Su Yin was like an Azure war god bathed in blood. The smell of blood was extremely thick, and it dyed the entire sky red. He was like a demon god walking in the mortal world. Step by step, he charged towards the Nine Pinnacles Mountain's true immortal. "Little bastard, give me your life." This true immortal's combat power was still there, but he had been severely injured. His flesh shell was burning with heavenly fire, but he still emitted a terrifying aura. He was also in a state of rage. If they couldn't kill this person, the Xian people would lose all face. "Kill!" Su Yin roared. He had already closed in. The energy that leaked out from his body crushed the earth in all directions, creating large black cracks. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Su Yin pounced, his aura swallowing the starry sky. His divine power was too exuberant. Moreover, he brandished his fist, fiercely striking at the seriously injured true immortal. "Little bastard, do you really think I'm an ordinary true immortal? Even if I'm heavily injured, it's enough to destroy you." Xian Kongning roared. His tattered fist soared into the air, smashing towards Su Yan's fist imprint. In an instant, a loud explosion shook the heavens and the earth, spreading far and wide. It even scattered the night sky, shook the sun, moon, and stars, and a storm surged. Under everyone's shocked gazes, they saw Su Yan's fist shatter into pieces. His entire body was trembling violently, about to be destroyed. He had suffered a terrifying blow and couldn't help but be terrified. The seriously injured Xian Kongning was truly tyrannical. His powerful physique was extremely difficult to control, and his flesh was about to rot. Of course, Xian Kongning wasn't in a good state either. His tattered fist shattered, and a thick bloody light sprinkled down. If I was in the indestructible body state, perhaps I could have a life and death battle with a seriously injured true immortal. However, this secret technique hasn't been completed yet, and it's a great loss to me. Both of my incarnations are seriously injured, and I can't fight at all. Although the immortal slaying sword can kill a true immortal that's too strong can't do it all. Instead, I'll be injured by the sword. Su Yan's eyes were filled with coldness. He exploded with an even more ferocious punch, attacking Xian Kongning. "Kill!" Xian Kongning roared out. His tattered flesh shone, guiding out an unmatched suppressing power. During this process, there was a mortal Tao order that surged like a sea that scattered down, suppressing and killing Su Yan. With a single exchange, Su Yan's body trembled, unable to stand still. In that instant, he felt as if his body was going to be erased, his body and Tao erased. When he wanted to resist, he discovered that even with the initial scripture, it was extremely difficult to suppress Xian Kongning's powerful immortal Tao order. It had to be said that the methods of immortal Tao realm great figures were extremely vicious, but Su Yan wasn't made of paper either. His flesh burned brilliantly, his roar shaking heaven and earth, as if he was creating the sixth Tao of reincarnation. Reincarnation, bloom. He was suffused with the light of reincarnation, surging and roaring, filling every inch of the void, suppressing towards Xian Kongning. In that instant, he became weak, his flesh trembling, his aura greatly damaged. What kind of secret technique is this? He paled in horror, feeling disbelief. The energy of reincarnation was stealing his life, making him age and weaken. This secret technique was extremely shocking, able to bring about a fatal threat to an expert at a crucial moment. The declining Xian Kongning became more and more shocked. He discovered that a heaven-changing and earth-changing energy was operating, immediately suppressing his weak immortal Tao order. Initial fist. Su Yan's fist rose, ignoring the Tao laws, smashing towards Xian Kongning's tattered flesh. Pooh! Xian Kongning coughed out a mouthful of blood, his flesh in tatters, a tragic sight. After all, he was already seriously injured to begin with. The immortal Tao order that he was so proud of was suppressed by the initial scripture. Thus, Su Yan's fist blasted Xian Kongning flying out. Long. Su Yan rushed over. He couldn't give Xian Kongning any chance to recover his vitality. His hands reached out, pushing out a world-shocking power, suppressing towards Xian Kongning. "Bastard!" Xian Kongning roared. Just how many supreme secret techniques did he grasp? Su Yan used reincarnation to affect Xian Kongning's declining aura, and then used the initial scripture to suppress it. The influence of these two supreme divine abilities caused Xian Kongning to become extremely weak. Now, Su Yan's large hand struck over. He did everything he could to recover, releasing his current strongest battle prowess, colliding with Su Yan. Boom! This region was filled with blood. Xian Kongning was sent flying again. Similarly, Su Yan wasn't in a good state either. His palms ruptured, suffering an extremely powerful backlash. "I don't believe I can't beat you to death." Su Yan roared in anger, erupting with an even more ferocious punch, continuing to bombard Xian Kongning. Suddenly, a terrifying killing intent rushed over, containing an unparalleled law and order, suppressing Su Yin with boundless divine might. The Xian people's expert overseeing Ding Manor has come out. Su Yin was shocked. He sensed a figure walking out of Ding Manor, like a supreme deity looking down on him, ready to unleash a thunderous attack at any time to kill him. He was many times stronger than Xianqing Mountain. His aura was too shocking, containing the majesty of slaughtering millions of lives. Peak true, immortal. The young prodigies of various races were terrified. This was a great figure in the immortal Tao realm, like a supreme deity of Nine Pinnacles Mountain, looking down on everything here. Wu Qili felt that the young Devil King was dead for sure. Although he had the ability to fight against a true immortal, meeting a peak true immortal was a dead end. This kind of person was only a step away from the grand heavenly realm. A peak true immortal was considered a powerhouse in the immortal orthodoxy with real power. The methods of this kind of person were unimaginable. Dong, dong, dong. That figure walked over step by step, his majestic aura gradually becoming more and more majestic. The aura he emitted also became more and more vast, covering the sky and covering the earth as it suppressed Su Yin. Su Yan's incarnation trembled violently, his entire body being grabbed. In the process, he had no way of resisting. His physical body and primordial spirit were about to be destroyed. This was a peak true immortal. It was too powerful, and not something the severely injured Xian Kongning could compare to. Hee kid, let's see how you're going to die. Xian Kongning said angrily, "You dare to barge in a Nine Pinnacles Mountain and even killed a young virtual immortal of my race. You can't pay for it even if you die 10,000 times. Ha ha ha. Su Yin suddenly laughed. His incarnation's aura was rapidly weakening, and it was even about to turn into nothingness and disappear without a trace. What? He can enter Ding Mansion? Is he a grandmaster of the mystical gate? The peak true immortal who was guarding Ding Mansion was shocked. His eyes were blazing and terrifying, tearing apart space and time, opening a path, and shooting his gaze at Ding Mansion. He had already seen a figure following the path opened by the Xian people, crossing into Ding Mansion. He even left behind a sentence, "Thank you for leading the way, Your Excellency. I'll never forget your kindness." How dare you? The peak true immortal was shocked and furious. He released his aura, and the immortal Tao order was released, sealing the entire Nine Pinnacles Mountain. Without a doubt, this kind of person was too powerful. His aura of a level 9 true immortal could suppress everything. He tried to enter Ding Mansion, but what made him furious was that the path to Ding Mansion had been destroyed by Su Yin. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't forcefully open Ding Mansion. Bastard. The peak true immortal almost went mad with anger. Su Yin could actually go through this path and even destroy it. Roar! It let out one long howl after another that shook the heavens and the earth and made ghosts and gods weep. It swept across the vast mountains and the earth and continued to spread towards the distant world. This commotion was too big, and it would definitely alarm the Xian people in the distant world. He hoped that the family would send experts quickly to reopen the path to Ding Mansion. Otherwise, if Su Yin stayed inside for too long, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, no matter how chaotic the outside world was, Ding Mansion was isolated from the rest of the world. Su Yin successfully stepped into Ding Mansion. His aura was weak, and this battle had taken a toll on him. The interior of Ding Mansion was very majestic, and it was filled with a heavy pressure that made it difficult for Su Yin to breathe. This was the place where the 9 continents' heaven cauldrons were forged. After a long time, the remnant furnace fire of the 9 continents' heaven cauldrons grew stronger day by day. 30,000 years ago, the Xian people were preparing to forge a new treasure in Ding Mansion. This treasure is about to take shape. The next scene shocked the giant bamboo. In the center of Ding Mansion, he saw a cauldron in the area where the energy converged. Of course, this cauldron was different from the 9 continents' heaven cauldrons. The Xian people were forging an immortal cauldron, and it was golden in color. It exuded an unparalleled immortal Tao aura, and it was as if it could penetrate into the ultimate realm, and it was about to crush the entire world. The immortal cauldron was dazzling, and the walls of the cauldron were covered with mysterious patterns. Immortal Tao aura flowed from it, and it was filled with the aura of the ultimate realm of Tao. An immortal cauldron forged from extreme Tao immortal metal. The giant bamboo sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "How extravagant!" As expected of the Xian people, they are forging an immortal cauldron with extreme Tao immortal metal. The resources used to forge the cauldron are uncountable. The Xian people are indeed the Xian people. To forge an immortal cauldron with such means. Su Yin was dumbfounded. Extreme Tao immortal metal was a dreamlike treasure. Not only could it be used to forge immortal treasures, it could also be used to forge doppelgangers, and it could even be used to refine rare gold core great medicines. However, the Xian people were forging an immortal cauldron with extreme Tao immortal metal. In the entire undying heavenly domain, there were not many immortal sects that could do such a thing. This is eye-opening. The giant bamboo was speechless. If this immortal cauldron was really completed, the Xian people would have another immortal treasure in the future. After all, they had been cultivating it for 30,000 years, and it was about to be completed. But now Su Yin was here. It seemed to be able to predict that this news would cause a huge storm when it reached the Xian people. However, it was very difficult to take away the immortal cauldron. Even Su Yin felt that it was impossible. If he acted rashly, he would most likely be killed. Boom! However, the broken cauldron could no longer be controlled. It flew out and rushed towards the immortal cauldron. Chapter 1465. The immortal cauldron made of immortal metal emitted a sacred radiance. The mouth of the cauldron automatically emitted the light of the immortal Tao, as if the immortal Tao ocean was undulating within. It rumbled and emitted the supreme fluctuations of the extreme realm of Tao. Even someone as powerful as Su Yin felt suffocated in the face of this immortal cauldron. It was hard to imagine how powerful a fully formed immortal cauldron would be. Dong! In an instant, the incomplete cauldron collided with the immortal cauldron. The immortal cauldron rumbled violently. It seemed to have nurtured an artifact spirit and resisted on its own. The entire cauldron glowed and surged with the radiance of the great Tao that was even more turbulent than the ocean. All of them bombarded the incomplete cauldron. However, the incomplete cauldron was still the 9 continents heaven cauldron. No matter how powerful an immortal cauldron made of immortal metal was, it could not defeat the 9 continents heaven cauldron. After all, this cauldron had been nurtured for millions of years and tempered by the terrifying giants of the celestial court. Only then did it finally become the most powerful treasure. It had suddenly lost its former value, but the incomplete cauldron's power was still there. Boom! This ancient cauldron finally began to awaken. The incomplete bronze cauldron glowed and emitted a majestic and ancient divine power. It rotated on its own, and the sound of rotation sounded one after another. It was as if the universe's millstone was rotating. From this moment on, the 9 continents heaven cauldron, which had been silent for a long time, finally welcomed its awakening. Stone carvings appeared on the cauldron's walls one after another. The stone carvings were a little blurry, and the images were all different. Some were like purgatory, some were like the immortals' pure land, some were like a world of swords, some were like a sea of fire, some were like the howling of thousands of beasts. Each of the stone carvings exuded a sense of sedimentation after billions of years. Each of them flashed with an ancient radiance, and soon, their auras were boundlessly terrifying. Each of the stone carvings seemed to have passed through the past, present, and future, and descended between heaven and earth. It was as if a picture scroll was unfurled, composing a majestic era. The supreme fluctuations were enough to suppress billions of lives. The powerful Xian people's cauldron was suppressed until it dimmed and lost its light. Could it be that the legends are true? The 9 continents' heavenly cauldrons were formed by seizing 9 types of essence. and the power they display is like 9 great continents pressing down on this place. The giant bamboo's words shocked Su Yan from the bottom of his heart. The 9 diagrams were like 9 supreme lands of fortune that surrounded and protected the cauldron. It was as if they were protecting the heavens, making the cauldron appear supreme. Is this the 9 continents' heavenly cauldron? Su Yan muttered. He saw it burn more and more fiercely, releasing a mysterious force that was difficult to change, suppressing the supreme treasure immortal cauldron. The cauldron shook violently, and the cauldron spewed out flames, one after another, and started to gather in the center of the broken cauldron. Without a doubt, the broken cauldron was stealing the energy of the supreme treasure, the immortal cauldron, and even the burning cauldron fire inside, using it to reconstruct itself. Su Yan even discovered that the cauldron mansion was beginning to dim. The origin energy accumulated within was rapidly declining. Could it be that the 9 continents' heavenly cauldron can really be restored using this opportunity? Su Yan's emotions surged. This cauldron was hard to find in the world. It was once the supreme treasure of the celestial court, and it took them 1,000,000 years to forge it. Now that it had returned to its mother's embrace, it was going to take this opportunity to reconstruct itself. Originally, the broken cauldron was riddled with holes and looked like a scene of desolation. Even the stone diagrams that were manifested were damaged and broken. Now, the cracks on the cauldron's body were slowly mending under the baptism of the cauldron mansion's fortune. The process wasn't fast, although it was extremely slow. The waves that flowed out of the broken cauldron gradually became majestic as the layers were repaired. Look, the 9 continents' heavenly cauldron is slightly different from the legends. The giant bamboo turned pale. He knew very well that this cauldron rarely displayed its divine might. Although the people of the world commented that its value was comparable to the 10 greatest treasures, there was no proof. In the past, the celestial court was glorious. Who would dare to invade it? Now, the 9 continents' heavenly cauldron was even more majestic. It was as if a supreme great emperor was born. The stone diagrams manifested on the cauldron's walls were also gradually becoming clearer and brighter. They were even terrifying. The 9 stone diagrams represented the 9 continents. It was as if the 9 continents had been refined and injected into the cauldron's walls, forming a concentrated supreme treasure land. It was hard to imagine how heaven-defying any of the stone diagrams would be when they unleashed their ultimate domain. However, when the 9 supreme stone carvings appeared, the 9 stone carvings began to fuse, converge, and merge into one. Su Yan's scalp tightened, and his soul trembled. He caught a wave of majestic aura rumbling towards him. It was boundless and majestic to the extreme. It was as if it was outlining the entire, undying heavenly domain. What a terrifying cauldron. Su Yan was shocked. He felt a pressure that transcended the long river of time. It was as if he could see the concentrated, undying heavenly domain from the 9 continents' heavenly cauldron. What was the celestial court planning in the past? Could it be that they wanted to forge the most powerful supreme treasure? However, the image of the cauldron was rather blurry. Perhaps the 9 continents' heavenly cauldron was not forged to such an extent in its strongest era. Perhaps what was presented now was the future evolution of the 9 continents' heavenly cauldron. In any case, the appearance of the 9 continents' heavenly cauldron was quite unimaginable. The damaged cauldron had absorbed a large amount of energy essence. The cauldron's world dimmed, and even the Xian people's supreme treasure, the immortal cauldron, was emitting waves of mournful cries. The giant bamboo felt that it was a pity that the supreme treasure of the sect was about to be destroyed. However, if the 9 continents' heavenly cauldron's divine power could be revived, this was nothing. After all, it was not his, so he would not feel any heartache even if it was destroyed. Gotcha! In the end, the supreme treasure, the immortal cauldron, dimmed, and some cracks appeared. It lost all its magical colors and became very ordinary. Su Yan walked over and stretched out his hand to touch the supreme treasure cauldron. Although the cauldron had lost its value, he could feel that the extreme Tao, immortal metal, still had a lot of power. He directly raised his hand and pulled the entire supreme treasure cauldron. It's so heavy. Su Yin was surprised. This cauldron could be considered useless, but many of the materials on it were hard to find. Su Yin directly stored it in his space-time treasure. After doing all this, the damaged cauldron, which had been repaired a lot, was faintly returning to silence. The 9 continents' heavenly cauldron has been repaired by about 2/3. Su Yin was pleasantly surprised. There was still a large amount of devil mist in the cauldron. However, when Su Yin held the damaged cauldron again, he felt as if his flesh and blood were connected to it. I seem to be able to activate it. Su Yin was pleasantly surprised. He focused on the damaged cauldron and released the aura in his body, which penetrated into the damaged cauldron. Almost instantly, Su Yan's body dimmed and became weak, as if his life essence had been sucked out. Su Yan was troubled. Such a huge amount of energy could not activate the damaged cauldron. How much divine power would it take to activate it? Su Yan, your cultivation hasn't reached the immortal path realm. Don't even think about activating it. Giant Bamboo said, or he can rely on the pattern of heaven and earth to inject a huge amount of energy into the damaged cauldron, which is qualified to revive it. By then, its power will most likely be terrifying. A peak true immortal will be killed in a single blow. If your combat power is enough, you can even kill a perfected immortal of the great all-embracing heaven. This was a super weapon, although it was not fully repaired. As long as Su Yan's divine power continued to be profound, it would erupt with the power of the Jiuzhou heavenly cauldron sooner or later. Su Yan suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed the damaged cauldron. The cauldron sat on his source of life. If Su Yan was in danger, he could directly use the Jiuzhou heavenly cauldron, which would be a super weapon to suppress the big shots. Let's go. We've wasted enough time. The experts of the Xian people will be here soon. The dimming of the cauldron mansion infuriated the perfected immortal of the Xian people. He tried to open the cauldron mansion, but he couldn't do it. The only way out of the cauldron mansion was sealed by Su Yan. This perfected immortal didn't know what happened inside. Why did the cauldron mansion dim? Why aren't they here yet? The severely injured immortal Kongning screamed. For hours had passed, but the experts of the Xian people still hadn't arrived. They were worried that something big would happen to the cauldron mansion. Actually, this peak perfected immortal could still remain calm. Although Su Yan had entered the cauldron mansion and flattened the passageway to the inside. However, the important thing was, how was Su Yan going to leave? Wouldn't that be like catching a turtle in a jar? In short, the 9 Pinnacles Mountain was completely sealed. This peak perfected immortal had cast hundreds of seals. He swore that even an ant wouldn't be able to fly out. As long as the experts of the Xian people arrived and opened the cauldron mansion, they would definitely be able to capture Su Yan alive. Boom! Finally, from a distant world, a huge group of experts rushed over. The Patriarch is here too. Immortal Kongning was excited. He saw Immortal Changhe arrive at the 9 Pinnacles Mountain. Immortal Changhe had stayed in the 9 Pinnacles continent to capture Su Yan. However, he didn't expect an accident to happen at the 9 Pinnacles Mountain. Who did this? Immortal Changhe was furious when he saw the bloodbath at the 9 Pinnacles Mountain. Who dared to behave atrociously at the 9 Pinnacles Mountain? However, now, the 9 Pinnacles Mountain was littered with corpses. This was a declaration of war against the Xian people. An apocalyptic aura surged from his body. It tore the entire sky apart. Chaos surged and swept across billions of miles of mountains and rivers. Ordinary people couldn't understand the anger of a Grand Luo. In short, a bright light rose from the 9 Pinnacles Mountain, illuminating the universe and the sky. It was as if it was going to sweep across the entire 9 Pinnacles continent. What happened at the 9 Pinnacles Mountain? The world was shocked. The anger of a Grand Luo perfected immortal alarmed some of the families in the distant world. They knew very well that 1,000 years ago, the Yin Emperor had sent people to attack the 9 Pinnacles Mountain. They wanted to attack the 9 Pinnacles Mountain and steal the treasures of the Xian people. However, they failed. From now on, who would dare to attack the Nine Pinnacles Mountain? Now, the patriarch of the Xian people, Immortal Changhe, was even more furious. He killed countless people and destroyed the stars in the universe. What did he hear? Xian Hongshan was dead? A young void immortal had his head chopped off? Plop! Immortal Kongning knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Patriarch, please calm down." The young Devil King did this. He came to the Nine Pinnacles Mountain to kill our void immortal. Before he could finish, the Nine Pinnacles Mountain was about to explode. All the Xian people who came were furious. Their blood chi surged and tore the sky apart. However, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Xian Hongshan, Immortal Changhe grabbed Immortal Kongning's collar and said in a trembling voice, "Is he really dead?" Immortal Kongning's scalp was about to explode. After all, he was the guard of the Nine Pinnacles Mountain. If something happened, he would be the first one to suffer. He was terrified and couldn't withstand Immortal Changhe's boundless anger. He said in a trembling voice, "But the young Devil King is trapped in the Tripod Mansion." The young Devil King. Immortal Changhe was pleasantly surprised. His son was killed by the young Devil King. The hatred in his heart was about to explode. Now that he heard that Su Yin had been executed, he had forgotten about Xian Hongshan's death. "Good, haha, very good. You have done well." Immortal Changhe laughed angrily. How could he not avenge his son's death? Chapter 1466. The peak true immortal of the Xian people, who was in charge of forging the immortal cauldron, frowned. He wanted to say something, but did not. He looked at the cauldron mansion, which was getting weaker and weaker. He had a feeling that something big was about to happen. I hope it's not too bad. If the immortal cauldron appears, things will get serious. Xian Anyun forced herself to calm down. The immortal cauldron in the cauldron mansion was about to be completed. The Xian people had spent a lot of effort to gather extreme Dao, immortal metal from all over the world to complete this grand project. It had taken 30,000 years. Xian Anyun was not only a peak true immortal, but also a master blacksmith. She had a high status among the Xian people. Whatever happened to the Nine Pinnacles Mountain had nothing to do with her. However, if something happened to the immortal cauldron, she would have to bear the responsibility. This cauldron had taken generations of the Xian people's blood, sweat, and tears. They had spent countless resources waiting for the day when the immortal cauldron appeared. Not only was it a shocking treasure, but it could also be used to find the whereabouts of the 9 continents' heaven cauldrons. Xian Hongshan is dead. He was killed by the young Demon King. This is a great humiliation. Fortunately, the young Demon King is trapped. Otherwise, we would have to bear the responsibility. However, killing the young Demon King is not enough to vent our anger. The experts of the Xian people were furious. Who would have thought that the young Demon King would be so bold as to attack the 9 Pinnacles Mountain and kill Xian Hongshan? This was a declaration of war against the Xian people. However, since the young Demon King was trapped in the Cauldron Mansion, he could not escape. Xian Changhe took a step forward and stepped into the Cauldron Mansion. The energy in his body surged. Heaven and earth lost their color. The entire space-time fell into a state of eternal silence. It was suppressed by the power of a Daluo that flowed out of his body. Open. Xian Changhe's eyes shone brightly. The power of a Daluo permeated the Cauldron Mansion. Soon, the small tunnel that was suppressing Su Yin appeared. Follow me in and suppress this demon. Xian Changhe's killing intent surged. He could not wait any longer and was the first to charge in. Behind him, a group of Xian people's experts also charged into the Cauldron Mansion. However, the moment they arrived, the Cauldron Mansion became unstable, as if it was about to collapse. Buzz. Xian Changhe's aura was extremely dense. He unleashed the might of the grand, overarching heavenly might and forcefully propped up the Cauldron Mansion that was about to collapse. His cold eyes overlooked the entire Cauldron Mansion world. Although the small world was very vast, however, with Xian Changhe's eyesight, he was able to see the whole picture immediately. Where is he? Xian Changhe's face darkened. He glared at Xian Kongning and shouted, "Where did the young Devil King go? Wasn't he trapped in the Cauldron Mansion?" Ah, plop. Xian Kongming could not hold it in any longer. He staggered and fell to the ground. The qi and blood in his body churned, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was already heavily injured, and now it was extremely difficult for him to withstand Xian Chang's anger. He said in a trembling voice, This, impossible. All of a sudden, a shrill voice rang out. Xian Anyan's face was so twisted that it was almost distorted. Green smoke was coming out her nostrils. She was so angry that she almost fainted. What are you panicking about? Xian Changha asked with a heavy expression. What happened? Speak. In fact, other than the vengeful Xian Changha, the rest of the Xian people all collapsed on the ground, as if they had been drained of their strength and lost their will. Where's the supreme treasure, the immortal cauldron? Xian Changha roared furiously. The killing intent in his body leaked out wildly. He did not see any trace of the supreme treasure, the immortal cauldron, in the cauldron mansion. Ah! Xian Anyan was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. She roared, Quick, inform the sect master that the supreme treasure, the immortal cauldron, is gone. Be *starred. Xian Changha was like a frenzied beast. His roar shattered the entire cauldron mansion. His killing intent soared into the heavens and swept out, causing a commotion for billions of miles. Someone even noticed that a huge hole had been blasted open in the cauldron mansion. Suyin must have escaped from there. Xian Anyan began to doubt her life. How did Suyin do it? Even a Zenith Heaven True Immortal would have a hard time destroying the cauldron mansion. How did he blast open a huge hole and escape? This was, of course, a damaged cauldron. It had opened up another path and escaped without a trace. The group of Xian people was furious. They were so angry that their hearts and lungs were trembling. This was simply insane. The supreme treasure, the immortal cauldron, was gone. The cauldron mansion's energy was depleted. Xian Hongshan was killed. All these major events made it hard for them to breathe. What happened to the 9 Pinnacles Mountain? The group of heroes was shocked. In the faraway Earth domain, many leaders of powerful tribes had noticed that something big had happened to the 9 Pinnacles Mountain. A group of terrifying leaders were releasing their killing intent. It was burning like a heavenly cauldron that wanted to burn the entire space-time. At this moment, Su Yin had escaped. He had run very far away. In fact, he was also very self-aware. He had caused such a huge problem, which was basically poking a hole in the sky. The immortal race would go crazy. Su Yin quickly approached the ruins of the Celestial Court. He wanted to make a trip to the ruins of the Celestial Court before returning to the Heavenly Bamboo. He wanted to cultivate obediently and wait for the opening of the 10,000 tribes battlefield. Hurry up and leave. I have a bad feeling about this. Suddenly, he had escaped hundreds of millions of miles away. However, Su Yin was still troubled. He used the layout of the heavens and earth as the core of the formation to distort space-time. He crossed mountains and rivers and headed south like a perfected immortal towards the ruins of the Celestial Court. The 9 Pinnacles continent was huge. If the 4 directions were divided, the area of each Earth domain was comparable to the area of the Heavenly Bamboo continent. One could imagine how majestic the 9 Pinnacles continent was among the 10 most powerful continents. Almost half a day had passed, even though they were separated by a long space-time, the Earth domain. But from this moment onwards, Su Yan's soul began to throb. He had caught onto a deterrent force that crossed the long river of time. It rumbled as it swept over this place, causing Su Yan to feel as if he had fallen into purgatory. Could it be that a primogenitor had stepped forward? Su Yan's eyes turned red. Back then, his big brother prehistoric was almost killed. It was the primogenitor of the Xian people who had joined forces with the Lord of Hell and the Wondrous Heaven Sex founder. These 3 were invincible in the immortal celestial domain. In an instant, the 9 Pinnacles continent trembled. Qi and blood surged in the eastern continent. It was as if an invincible being was howling. Soon it swept across the entire eastern continent. This vast source of energy was like the collapse of the heavenly domain space-time. It was rushing towards the south. In an instant, the entire world was shocked. Billions of living beings in the Nine Pinnacles continent felt their hair stand on end. They felt that a great being was born. Some people even prostrated themselves towards the peak of the Nine Pinnacles continent to worship. Suyin felt his hair stand on end. He had really provoked a giant. It was as if the entire Nine Pinnacles continent was suppressed by him. He could also vaguely see a figure. It was as if an invincible supremacy had returned. It suppressed the universe and was extremely terrifying. Supremacy. Who is it? Who angered an expert at the level of a sect master? Countless cultivators were terrified. They had goosebumps all over their bodies. Even perfected immortals were terrified. Their bodies were about to collapse. What was an expert at the level of a sect master? This kind of existence was the ruler of a supreme sect in the immortal sect. They could be called the sect master or the sect master. The sect master was scary enough. However, if one was given the title of sect master, that would be quite impressive. This kind of existence was equivalent to an invincible being. They controlled supreme sects and had invincible divine might. They were like emperors patrolling the entire continent. The Xian people's sect master. Then the entire world was shocked. Everyone could see that the expert in the eastern continent seemed to be establishing a golden age for the immortal firmament continent. He controlled the race's strongest treasure, the immortal vast habitat, and arrived at the Nine Pinnacles mountain. What happened? Let the Xian people's sect master kill his way out and control the race's immortal vast habitat. The entire Nine Pinnacles continent was in an uproar. Actually, after Su Yin touched the fortune of the cave and guarded the Xian people for almost an epoch, the Xian people's sect master, who hadn't come out, rushed down the mountain and rushed to the Nine Pinnacles continent. However, he was too late. Actually, the Xian people's sect master thought that the Yin Emperor organization was here to invade, so he brought the immortal vast habitat. In the end, he was furious. It was done by a young man. Boom! The entire sky was trembling, and the great cracks were endless. It was as if the Emperor had gone crazy. An immortal realm wild cultivator had stolen the supreme treasure, the immortal cauldron. Trash! The Xian people's sect master shouted angrily. He released his killing intent. The Xian people's perfected immortals trembled and were all sent flying. Even the powerful Xian Changhe couldn't stabilize his body. He trembled and his heart was filled with fear. The Xian people's sect master is here. Zhu Zhu was shocked. He really broke the sky. I heard that he's the Xian people's ancestors' favorite disciple. Su Yin was silent. He rushed to the ruins of the Celestial Court. He didn't want to stay here any longer. The huge Nine Pinnacles continent was filled with an oppressive aura. Various races were gathering information. Even the experts of the immortal sects in the nearby continents came to find out what had happened. Big news. The young Devil King stole the supreme treasure of the Nine Pinnacles mountain, the immortal cauldron. He killed Xian Hongshen and Qi Yuanhua. 3 days later, the Nine Pinnacles continent was in an uproar. Countless forces were in an uproar. His influence was too terrifying. A virtual immortal had completed the mission that the Yin Emperor organization had failed. Who would believe that this was done by a young man? Even the number one sword in the world, who was guarding the Nine Pinnacles city, was speechless. This really stunned him. Let's go. This is a ruthless person. Don't make an enemy out of him. He's ruthless. He's one of the 10 most wanted criminals. He's probably as famous as the Yin Emperor. The Sword Sect's people brought Fan Jian away. They knew that this matter was simply too big, and Fan Jian did not dare to continue acting like a fool. He did not say anything and obediently left. In actuality, he felt a chill in his heart. What a vicious scum. Report. The ancestral land has ordered the young miss to leave immediately. The stronghold of the Yin Emperor organization was also in an uproar. Yin Jun and the others were frightened. Was it really the young Devil King who had joined forces with them? Was it that young man who did it? Yin Ke was taken away directly. This matter was too big. The sect leader of the Xian people had brought the immortal vast habitat to kill. Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Yuan was silent. He was also taken away. He was heavily nurtured by the Yin Emperor organization. His status and identity were not inferior to Yin K's. It was said that even the Yin Emperor had met him. It wasn't suitable for him to stay in the turbulent Nine Pinnacles continent. However, Yuan felt that this style of doing things was somewhat familiar. He thought of Su Yin. Back then, when Su Yin was young, he had also done many shocking things. This kid really isn't a fish in a pond. Dan Tianyuan was also shocked. Dan Xiefeng, who was beside him, was relieved that he didn't provoke this kid. Without a doubt, the Xian people were targeted. He killed the Xian Hongshen. This was equivalent to declaring war on the Xian people. No one mocked him for overestimating himself. He had stolen the treasure of a Nine Pinnacles mountain. What else couldn't he do? The atmosphere in the vast Nine Pinnacles continent was suffocating. Very few people dared to discuss this matter openly. Everyone could catch the awakened sect leader of the Nine Pinnacles continent. His life was too terrifying. It affected the entire Nine Pinnacles continent. The Wu family, on the other hand, kept their mouths shut, not daring to utter a single vicious word. Because the Xian people were too quiet, everyone felt that a storm was coming. If the Xian people couldn't show their might, they would lose face. They're here. 5 days had passed. The experts of the Xian people who were entrenched in the Nine Pinnacles mountain heaved a sigh of relief. The people of the mysterious sky sect had arrived. They brought the Imperial Heaven Brush. Chapter 1467. The atmosphere in the Nine Pinnacles mountain was tense. The two patriarchs of the mystic sky sect had arrived, and their expressions were ugly. The young demon king had come for Xian Hongshen, but Qi Yuanhua had lost his life for no reason and died without a complete corpse. Although Qi Yuanhua was not the most outstanding disciple of the Mystic Sky sect, his death had enraged the entire Mystic Sky sect. They were even more certain that the young demon king was the successor of the Celestial Court. Otherwise, why would he target Qi Yuanhua? Greetings, sect master of the Xian people. The two patriarchs did not dare to be arrogant, and they bowed to a golden figure. The sect master of the Xian people nodded with a cold expression. Ever since he had taken charge of the Xian people, so many generations had passed. The Xian people had never suffered such a great loss. If it was done by the Flame Emperor organization, it would still make sense, but the problem was that the other party was only a virtual immortal. This was a slap to the entire Xian people's face, a slap to his face. The supreme treasure, the immortal cauldron, had been painstakingly cultivated for 30,000 years, and was only one step away from success. Who would let it go just like that? Let's begin. Xian Changhe walked over and said, "Find him as soon as possible. No matter how much it costs, the Xian people will compensate you. You're treating us as outsiders. It's our job. You don't have to be so courteous. We'll try our best to find the young demon king's whereabouts." The two patriarchs' expressions were cold as they took out a purple jade box. Inside the jade box was the Royal Heaven Brush. This was the most powerful supreme treasure of the mystic sect, second only to the heaven-opening brush. It was a priceless treasure of the mystic sect. Once the Royal Heaven Brush was activated, they did not believe that the young demon king could escape from the Royal Heaven Brush's deduction. Su Yin had a supreme treasure protecting him. But how many supreme treasures in the world could be more powerful than the Royal Heaven Brush? A mere virtual immortal could not possibly have the most powerful supreme treasure. Buzz! The ancient Imperial Heaven Brush glowed and scattered down complex runes. They fell between the heavens and the earth with a vast momentum. The enormous Nine Pinnacles mountain was sealed. A single heavenly brush emitted the power of Imperial Heaven, causing the entire space-time to fall into a state of eternal silence. An aura that originated from the heavens rumbled and enveloped the entire Nine Pinnacles mountain. It even cut off the entire space-time. The group of true immortals trembled. Their souls were suppressed, and everything did not belong to them. Their lives were controlled by the Imperial Heaven Brush. It was as if the Imperial Heaven Brush gave them an order, and they had to follow it. Some people sucked in a breath of cold air. This is the Imperial Heaven Brush. It's just like the legends say. Once it's wielded, It can determine life and death. Imperial Heaven Brush, control the heavens and reverse time and space. The two grandmasters roared continuously. Their energy leaked out like a tide and penetrated the royal heavenly brush. It was as if he was carving the universe. The entire Nine Pinnacles mountain space-time started to rewind, and the previous battle appeared. Open your heaven's eye. Vaguely, the expressions of the two patriarchs turned even colder as they caught sight of Su Yan's heaven's eye. This should be one of the 9 shields of the occult sect, the Eye of the Heavenly Shield. Who is it? Their expressions were extremely ugly. The occult sect also had the Eye of the Heavenly Shield. However, it was too difficult to cultivate the Eye of the Heavenly Shield. From Su Yan's heaven's eye, it could be seen that his heaven's eye was extremely powerful and was not inferior to theirs. This meant that Su Yan's heaven's eye should have fused with some rare substance, causing his heaven's eye to be extremely powerful. It was no wonder that he could decipher the path to the cave. He has a supreme treasure protecting him. It's difficult to see clearly. One of the grandmasters of the occult sect said, "Don't waste time. Just deduce his location." Although his aura is a little blurry due to the supreme treasure protecting him, the moment the Imperial Heaven Brush touches him, he will appear. Rumble. The ancient Imperial Heaven Brush moved again. The tip of the brush pointed at a blurry figure in the space-time rewind. What a powerful, supreme treasure. Xian Chang's eyes were filled with envy. This item was worthy of being the second supreme treasure of the occult sect. In the space-time rewind, it merged with Su Yan's blurry figure and intercepted his life energy. Then, the Imperial Heaven Brush became countless times more dazzling. The eruption of energy ripples was too violent, causing the space-time to tremble. What was this? This was the space-time node that was probing Su Yan's life energy in the Qian domain space-time. Don't underestimate the Imperial Heaven Brush. As the second supreme treasure of the occult sect, once the Great Deduction Technique was used, even if it was extremely far away from the 9 cauldron continents, it could still lock onto a rough location. In the process, the two grandmasters of the occult sect suffered a great loss. They were very clear that Su Yan had a supreme treasure, and it was very difficult to deduce his location. However, as long as there was enough energy, the Imperial Heaven Brush could definitely find Su Yan. Buzz. Suddenly, the Imperial Heaven Brush dropped a curtain of energy light. In the process of searching in the vast universe, he caught a vital sign that was similar to Su Yan's. In the blink of an eye, the energy light screen gradually became clearer, revealing a ruin. Boom! From this moment onwards, the entire 9 Pinnacles mountain collapsed. An ocean-like murderous aura exploded, causing the entire space to collapse. Preposterous! Xian Changhe roared and killed Xian Tianhe, Xian Hongshan, and seized the supreme treasure, the immortal cauldron. But the young Devil King, he had not left the 9 cauldrons continent and was still in the ruins of the celestial court. This was simply insane. Was he worshipping the dead in the ruins of the celestial court? Did he really think that the Xian people wouldn't be able to find his real body? An ant dares to start a war with the Xian people? He's courting death. A hot-tempered rancor shouted coldly, "Charge over and flatten the ruins of the celestial court. Kill this little bastard." There's nothing more to say. Charge over and crush the ruins of the celestial court. Drag this kid out and kill him on the spot. Shouts of killing rolled through the heavens and earth as the Celestials gathered here. Among the 100 top experts of the Celestials, there were 2 true immortals of the great firmament. In addition to the supreme sect master of the Celestials, the lineup was astonishing as they began to stride towards their destination. Along the way, they caused a huge commotion. The murderous aura they emitted was too strong, like a primordial dragon. Everywhere they passed, the sky darkened, the sun and the moon dimmed, and the mountains and rivers trembled. The cities were completely silent. Every 9 cauldron continents' powerful tribes were uneasy, as if they were facing a great enemy. A large group of Xian people's rancors crossed the border. Their aura was terrifying. They charged all the way down, and their aura flooded the starry sky. Their destination was the ruins of the Celestial Court. The Cyan people have finally made their move. Have they found the young Devil King's trail? Most likely. I saw the rankers of the Mysterious Heavens sect. The Cyan people must have asked the Mysterious Heavens sect to find the young Devil King's trail. Looking at their destination, the young Devil King is still in the Nine Cauldrons continent. What a bold young man. Let's go take a look. Cultivators from various tribes rushed out and followed the Cyan people's rankers. They really wanted to see the true body of the young Devil King. He could snatch the Cyan people's most precious treasure, the immortal cauldron, from the Nine Cauldrons mountain. He was no ordinary person. A large group of Cyan people's rankers crossed the border. Their murderous aura has caused such a commotion along the way. Could it be that the Cyan people have found him? The group of Flame Emperor's rankers who stayed behind looked terrible. Yin Jun said in a low voice, "It's hard to say. This kid is decisive and ruthless. He should know that the Cyan people's sect leader is here. He can't stay in the Nine Cauldrons continent for long. He should have left long ago. He's a young man after all. He doesn't understand the methods of these immortal sects. I think he's going to be at a disadvantage. He might even lose his life." The Flame Emperor's rankers were discussing with heavy hearts. There were too many Cyan people here. No one could help Su Yan. They could only resign themselves to fate. The young Devil King, I want to see who he is. A large group of Sky Bamboo's rankers had also joined the Cyan people. However, the rankers leading the group looked uncertain. He really doubted whether the Mysterious Heavens sect could find the young Devil King. They admitted that the Mysterious Heavens sect's royal brush was powerful. However, the Sky Bamboo's mysterious heavenly stage was no ordinary treasure. Even the ancestral court's venerable ancestor had concluded that Su Yan's background was too great. It was impossible to calculate his background. However, the Mysterious Heavens sect was still the Mysterious Heavens sect. Perhaps they really had the ability to find the young Devil King. Now, even the Cyan people's sect leader was here. If they hadn't found Su Yan's trace, they wouldn't have come all the way south with such a large group. I can't wait to see his face filled with fear. The Sky Bamboo's ranker said with a gloomy face. Zhu Yao was crippled and lost her will to fight. However, I heard that the rankers of Zhu Yao's rankers stepped forward and personally treated Zhu Yao's Dao injuries. I wonder if Zhu Yao will be able to stand again in the future. The young Devil King even dared to steal the Cyan people's treasure. Zhu Yao's matter was no longer important. That's the ruins of the Celestial Court. At this moment, the large group of rankers who followed them lost their composure. They saw the Cyan people's destination. It was the ruins of the Celestial Court. Yin Jun, what should we do? The Flame Emperor's rankers were shocked. Could it be that the blood of the Celestial Court really flows in his body? If it's true, then this matter is serious. We have to report it to the higher-ups. It's too late. It's already too late. Yin Jun was furious. If Su Yan was really the descendant of the Celestial Court, they should inform the Flame Emperor to step in. However, the Flame Emperor was elusive. Where could they find the Flame Emperor? Moreover, the Cyan people's sect leader had come with the Cyan vast habitat. Even if the Flame Emperor stepped in, he might not be able to protect Su Yan. However, the most important thing was that it was too late. Yes, the Cyan people's rankers had already rushed to the ruins of the Celestial Court. Hundreds of Cyan people's rankers had sealed off the ruins. No one was allowed to come close. Little B Asterisk starred, "You really know how to hide." A Cyan people's ranker looked down at the ruins and let out an earth-shattering roar. "You actually came to the ruins of the Celestial Court. Do you think that we won't be able to find you just because you're here? A small fry like you dares to start a war with the Cyan people? You really don't know how the word death is written. Little B Asterisk star, come out and die. I can already see you." Cyan Changhe looked down at the ruins and opened his heaven eye. He could vaguely see a young figure sitting cross-legged in the depths of the ruins. The young Devil King is actually hiding in the ruins of the Celestial Court. Who would have thought that he would choose to stay here? He was unlucky to meet the big shots of the mysterious Sky Sect. It must have been divine. Otherwise, the Cyan people wouldn't have believed that Su Yan would choose to stay here. The cultivators who came to watch the battle were all alarmed. Could it be that the young Devil King, who had caused such a huge commotion recently, was really going to be executed? The two patriarchs of the mysterious Sky sect were very familiar with the ruins of the Celestial Court. However, as they had the Royal Heaven brush, they could vaguely feel that the ruins of the Celestial Court seemed a little different from before. However, with their experience, they couldn't see anything else. Homeless B** starred, come out and die. Xian Chang's mouth and nose were filled with killing intent as he charged towards the place where Su Yan was sitting cross-legged. Buzz. However, Su Yan's figure suddenly blurred. He opened a space-time teleportation array and wanted to leave the ruins. Kill. The ruins of the Celestial Court trembled. Killing intent spread out, covering the sky and turning the whole world red. The scene was extremely terrifying. Even a vast territory was suppressed. Over 100 immortal race experts slaughtered their way through, surging with endless killing intent that shattered the heavens. It was just too shocking. Everything became blurry. They were about to be destroyed. Someone sighed. Seeing the young Devil King trying to escape, he seemed very weak and was about to be crushed. You can't escape. The experts who joined forces to kill their way and destroyed the ruins. An aura that was even more ferocious than the ocean erupted and was about to destroy the entire ruins. At the same time, a cold voice exploded. Go to hell with your ancestors. This place is filled with the blood of the Celestial Court. It hasn't dried up yet. If you can be buried with them, you won't have lived in vain. I didn't expect that after 1,000,000 years, our race would crush another virtual immortal of the Celestial Court with boundless potential. It seems like the heavens are protecting the Xian people. We are destined to be strong and invincible. Over 100 top-notch experts were more than enough to destroy the entire wasteland. Wishful thinking. I'll send you all to hell. A roar that had been suppressed for several days exploded. A small and weak figure suddenly blazed in the midst of the ruins. He was very strong. Although he wasn't a true immortal, he still exuded an invincible aura that illuminated the sky. It was as if the human emperor had returned. His blood and chi were golden, powerful and prosperous. It's really him. Yin Jun's blood was boiling. He was infected. He shouted, "What is he doing? Is he going to start a war with the Xian people alone?" Quick, he has a backup plan. Inform the higher-ups immediately and ask them to come and help. No matter what happens, the Yin Emperor organization has to help him in this battle. The group of experts from the Yin Emperor organization were burning with battle blood. Since a young man wanted to start a war with the Xian people, the Yin Emperor organization had nothing to fear. Boom! Everything in the ruins seemed to be suppressed. It was in a state of eternal silence. Above this, Su Yan's palms moved. He pointed to the sky with one hand and the ground with the other. He turned into the supreme ruler of heaven and earth, commanding the heavens and earth. The stars in the sky were vast and mighty. Millions of mountains rumbled. Rumble, the ancient heavens and earth were revived. An ancient and majestic aura emerged from Su Yan's hands and filled the heavens and earth. The glory of the past returned. The scattered majesty gathered. The immortal aura that had disappeared for thousands of years appeared. Everyone was stunned as they looked at this majestic figure. He seemed to have merged with the ruins of the Celestial Court. Eventually, the entire Nine Cauldron continent shook. A small and weak figure was able to move millions upon millions of stars, command rivers and mountains, and devour bulls. This might suppress everyone. Then let's kill. Su Yan roared. He reconstructed the broken field of the Celestial Court and guided the unparalleled killing formation to attack the ruins of the Celestial Court. One big chapter. Chapter 1468. Boom, boom, boom. The nine-tripod continent was prosperous and prosperous. It was one of the 10 most powerful continents and had existed for a long time. Although there were many factions and wars, there had never been a large-scale war. But on this day, the majestic and ancient nine-tripod continent let out a series of loud bangs, causing the entire nine-tripod continent to tremble. Boom! In an instant, The vast nine-tripod continent dimmed, as if the essence of life had been stolen. It was about to enter an era of darkness. Whoosh! The world was shaken. Countless rulers were shocked and uneasy, as if they were facing a great enemy. They realized that the essence of their ancestral land was about to dry up. They even saw that a supreme pattern had enveloped their tribes. Time seemed to have returned to 1,000,000 years ago, to the era when the celestial court ruled the nine-tripod continent. Who is it? Who is it? Some of the old monsters that were sleeping in the famous mountains and rivers were shocked as they looked at the ruins of the heavenly court. It was as if they saw the heavenly court in its prime reopening and ruling over the entire nine cauldron continents. When the broken structure was reconstructed, everything changed. The entire nine cauldron continent rumbled and rose and fell. Millions and millions of divine storms flowed out and gathered towards the ruins of Imperial Court, condensing into an incomparably matchless murderous aura that was world-shocking and terrifying beyond compare. Oh my God! The entire nine-tripod continent was shaken. Who was it? The aura was terrifying. A corner of the heaven domains, space-time spun as if it was suppressed and merged with the nine-tripod continent. Unbelievable. Who is it? What's happening at the ruins of the celestial court? Someone in the faraway land saw beams of bloody light blooming in the direction of the ruins of the celestial court. It dyed the heavens and the earth red. This was definitely an important figure withering. A peak true immortal with vigorous vitality was dying. Blood dyed the sky. It was a tragic sight. It wasn't just one beam. There were dozens of beams of bloody light sputtering, dyeing the sky red. Listen to my command. Kill everything. A low syllable appeared, as though it was controlling the heavens and earth, bringing down a world-destroying heavenly punishment. It was a weak figure that pushed the collapse of the heavenly court, regaining the glory of the glorious era, and commanding the energy tide of the entire nine cauldron continent. Kill! Su Yan roared, as if he was commanding an army of millions. The sky was filled with murderous intent, as if the blood-stained Milky Way was pouring into the nine heavens. He wanted to sink the whole Golden Age. This was a killing trap that he had reconstructed with the heaven-opening writing brush. Although the land of the dragon veins had collapsed, Su Yan had refined a portion of the extreme Tao immortal metal into a formation platform that carried the power of killing. He wanted to annihilate all the powerful cultivators of the Xian people who had come to invade. Although the branch of the celestial court had been destroyed, the child who had survived that year had returned. He had once again commanded the heavenly killing array and launched a killing feast. He wanted the blood of the Xian people to be spilled throughout the ruins to comfort the souls of the dead. Rumble! The entire nine cauldron continent was rumbling, surging with killing intent. In the vast world, a murderous air current flowed through the ruins of the celestial court. The heavens were about to explode. The sea of stars in the heavens began to rise and fall as it rapidly pressed down. So what if they were peak true immortals? His body was directly crushed by a barbaric and violent method. An immortal path cultivator roared, trying to tear apart a corner of the killing array. But could anyone imagine how terrifying this killing array was? The gathering of the essence of the nine cauldron continent was equivalent to the activation of a peak killing array. It was equivalent to the hand of an invincible being striking down. It could destroy heaven and earth, and no one would be able to survive. For a moment, bloody light surged, and the tragic aura was vast and mighty, affecting millions of miles away. There were also loud roars. These were the roars of the top immortal path cultivators. Their roars shook the heavens, the rivers, and the mountains, but they also struggled to shatter the killing intent descending from the heavens. In their despair, their bodies exploded, and their Tao vanished. Run! Xian people dozens of immortal path cultivators roared and joined forces to break out of the killing array. They took out countless secret treasures and burned and sacrificed them all to open a door to escape. Boom! But when the killing array pressed down, they were in despair. The immortal path's secret treasures that filled the sky were all shattered. This killing array wanted to slaughter millions of lives and bury immortal path cultivators with a single thought. Roar! The roar exploded, shaking heaven and earth. Even the killing array that pressed down trembled. The immortal path was erupting. The moment the grand heavenly aura was released, it opened up the heavens and the earth. He was extremely terrifying, even more terrifying than hundreds of true immortals. Once the grand heavenly aura was released, it was boundless. It penetrated the entire nine cauldron continent, bombarding the killing array with unparalleled dermic powers. It wanted to open a door to escape for the dozens of immortal path cultivators. Killing array of heaven and earth, heed my command. Suyin spread his arms. Although he was weak, under the contrast of the killing array, his divine might was overwhelming. He roared, "Dragon and tiger, open the way." It was like millions of thunderclaps exploding in the entire space. The roars of dragons and tigers also resounded throughout the nine cauldron continent. Roar! The scene in heaven and earth changed. Dense symbols burned, turning into a dragon of heaven and earth that drilled out, its body spanning 100,000 miles. A divine tiger descended, as huge as the heavens. Its roar shook the stars, killing 1,000,000 miles away. A dragon and a tiger appeared out of nowhere. Like a giant beast of war, it made the billions of living beings in the nine cauldron continent tremble. It was as if the nine cauldron continent had been divided, turning into a dragon and a tiger that wanted to kill everyone in the world. Dragon and tiger escape technique. The faces of the two mystical sex patriarchs changed. They rushed up together, using their great abilities. Together with Immortal Path, they exploded with their peak battle strength, intending to change the dragon and tiger escape technique's unparalleled ferocity. Because of this dragon and tiger escape technique, some Immortal Path cultivators could not withstand it. Some were roared to death by the divine tiger, and some were crushed by the true dragon. Once the killing array was born with the mystical sex escape technique, it was equivalent to unleashing an unparalleled killing intent. Dragon and tiger open the way, divine shield open the way. Suyin raised his head and roared. His long hair danced in the wind as his palms moved the entire killing formation. The dragon and tiger aura changed as if a giant was roaring. His divine power crushed the space and time of the world, even breaking apart the Daluo divine power. Another group of Immortal Path cultivators was killed. The two patriarchs of the mystical heaven sect were both shocked and delighted. This was a divine shield. Similarly, this was the mystical heaven sect's ultimate escape technique, the divine shield of the nine shields. We have to capture him alive, no matter the cost. We have to capture the young devil king alive. This is the divine shield's secret technique. The two patriarchs' eyes were bloodshot. The nine shields were a combination, and it was impossible to lack any one of them. According to legend, when the nine shields were gathered together, it was comparable to any of the most powerful divine abilities in history. The mystical heaven sect lacked this divine shield secret technique. And now, in the unmatched killing trap, under the divine shield's influence, the killing intent changed, turning into the world's most terrifying divine force sea, surging and surging. Every single wave could destroy immortal Tao experts. The patriarchs of the mystical heaven sect decisively took out the heaven-ruling brush, intending to directly destroy the killing intent. Open the heavenly eye, master the killing intent. The situation changed again. It was as if billions of eyes of the heavens were born in the sky and on the ground, activating the entire killing intent. Billions of eyes shone down like billions of world-destroying killing intent, bombarding down. The four great escape techniques erupted here, commanding the unparalleled killing intent, creating a world-shaking power that could make even gods and ghosts tremble. This is clearly a trap, waiting for them to come. This is too cruel. What is the young devil king's background? This ruthless person is simply a madman, The spectators in the distant world were frightened. Who in the past dared to kill the Cien people? Now, the bloody scene was presented in front of their eyes. The entire ruins of the celestial court was filled with the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods. Billions of eyes covered the entire place. Long Hu descended. The divine shield opened the way, suppressing the heroes. Even the true immortals of the great firmament found it difficult to withstand. The main reason was that the celestial court's reconstruction of the killing intent was too shocking. This is really a divine weapon from the heavens. He rebuilt the killing intent of the celestial court and killed the powerful beings of the Cien people. He's definitely the inheritor of the celestial court. Yin Jun's face turned red when he saw that the ruins of the celestial court had sunk. Many powerful beings of the immortal path had died, and even the true immortals of the great firmament had been severely injured. It was hard to imagine that this was done by an immortal who hadn't reached the immortal path realm yet. Although the heaven-ruling brush had created a force field, the killing intent of the celestial court had been created by the heaven-ruling brush. It was impossible for the heaven-ruling brush to destroy the entire force field in a short time. In the end, the sect leader of the Cien people still exploded. This was like stabbing a hole in the sky. A sect leader attacking an immortal would be utterly humiliated if word got out. Boom! Terrifying waves of energy bloomed in the unparalleled killing intent. The vast land of slaughter was completely shattered. Open for me. The sect leader of the Cien people roared. His aura was invincible as he used his sect leader's power, causing the unparalleled killing intent to tremble and rumble. But even as powerful as he was, he couldn't sweep through the entire killing intent in a short time. The sect leader has exploded. Some people trembled. It was hard to imagine that the sect leader of the Cien people had even attacked a young devil king. Although this battle had only been going on for a short time, it was extremely glorious. A large number of powerful beings of the Cien people had been killed, and the unparalleled killing intent was still blooming. The unparalleled killing intent surged out and destroyed all living beings. Blood rained down from the sky. The sect leader's aura was about to suppress the entire killing intent. Unfortunately, even though he was the proud disciple of the Cien people's ancestor, he couldn't suppress the killing intent in a short time. The longer he delayed, the more powerful beings would die. This lunatic. The Odd Sky sect's two patriarchs were furious. They had the protection of the Imperial Heaven Brush, so they wouldn't be injured. However, the immortal race's troops were unlucky. Su Yin had ignited the incomplete killing formation. The divine light that covered the sky and covered the earth caused the entire 9 cauldron continent to rumble. Thick blood bloomed. The ruins were littered with corpses. It was hell on earth. The entire ruins had sunk and were no longer there. The unparalleled killing intent combined all kinds of energy and launched the most violent attack, sinking this part of the sky. Finally, the sect leader of the Cien people rushed in. He raised his hand and struck down with a boom. Everything was destroyed as if the end of the world had come, and he suppressed Su Yin. Su Yin was very calm. The golden platform he was standing on was also shattered. Suddenly, the sect leader's killing intent descended. The destructive aura shrouded him, but Su Yin was still calm. He stood between heaven and earth and said, "The Cien people's extreme Tao immortal metal is too useless. It can't bear the power of the strongest killing intent." The sect leader's eyes were frightening. The energy in his body surged. The entire world was about to collapse, and the entire 9 cauldron continent was about to be torn apart. He was really angry. How many years had it been since he was this angry? This was only a virtual immortal, but he dared to fight the Cien people. His terrifying hand only leaked a little of its aura, but it had already crushed Su Yin. He was about to die without a complete corpse. "Old man, just you wait. In the future, I will kill you to boost my courage. Then, I will kill the Cien people's ancestor. I want to take the path of invincibility." Crazy. The spectators in the distance trembled because this was only an incarnation. It was about to return to nothingness and disappear. Jean. Chapter 1469. The sect master of the Cien people was in charge of the supreme Cien people. His divine power shook the world, and he was a well-deserved overlord, a supreme figure who looked down on the world. He hadn't been angry for many years. Now, his heart was burning with anger, and he couldn't calm down. Here, in the ruins of the celestial court, which they regarded as the land of glory, a small figure had killed hundreds of Cien people's top experts, including a perfected immortal of the great all-embracing heaven. This was simply insane. Even the array platform that he used to carry the killing trap was made from the precious material of the immortal cauldron, the supreme treasure of the immortal cauldron. The blood in his body was boiling, and the entire universe was shaking. The vast 9 cauldron continents were also rumbling. Unparalleled killing intent surged, collapsing this world. All living things were destroyed, truly destroying everything. The onlookers trembled. The sect master of the Cien people was really furious. His killing intent was like an ocean, and it cracked the ancient star sea. Small fry. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his words were like the law. Golden symbols fell from the sky and bombarded the ruins of the celestial court, shattering them into pieces. Then there was a big explosion. Everything was destroyed and no longer existed. A small fry had angered him. No matter what era he was in, he would kill him. But what he was facing was only an incarnation. His spirit and will collapsed, and it gradually became blurry. It turned into a wisp of clear air and was about to disappear between heaven and earth. With his strength, he could tell that this was the most powerful divine power in history, the 3 pure ones with one breath. The sect master of the Cien people raised his hand and suppressed the wisp of clear air that was about to disperse. His expression quickly returned to its usual calmness and coldness. As powerful as he was, he had gone through a lot to become the sect master of the Cien people. He had been through too many storms, and he returned to his original appearance after just a moment of anger. Small fry, you're just dumb. I'll wait for you. He sneered. He used to be a peerless genius who dominated the monarch rankings. He used to be a powerful cultivator of the younger generation. Who was he afraid of? Who was he afraid of? His life was too glorious. His master was the ancestor of the Cien people, and he was the supreme leader of the Cien people. He had left behind too many legends. In fact, when he looked back, among the series of geniuses back then, those who were able to enter the same field as him were as rare as phoenix feathers and Shilin horns. It could be said that there was almost none. Su Yan's previous words had angered him. However, to the sect master of the Cien people, it was just a joke. If the domain he was in could be penetrated so easily, there wouldn't be so few supreme sect masters in this world. After all, what kind of evil had he not experienced? He admitted that Su Yan was a character, but he was delusional enough to think that he could fight against him in the future. If he really wanted to take it seriously, then it would be an extremely laughable matter. If word got out, he would be laughed at. Buzz. Divine light sputtered from the immortal vast habitat, suppressing Su Yan's blurry incarnation. He was a little silent. The Imperial Heaven Brush couldn't deduce his specific background, and even fell into a trap by Su Yan. This was enough to prove that Su Yan had a supreme treasure protecting him. Moreover, this supreme treasure might be extremely terrifying. He had already guessed it. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain what happened to the Cauldron Mansion. After all, the Cauldron Mansion had been destroyed, and its supreme treasure was destroyed. Then, there was only one explanation. The 9 continents Heaven Cauldron that had been missing for a long time in the Celestial Court was on him. At the thought of this, a cold light appeared in the eyes of the Cien people's supreme leader. He said, "It seems like he's a big fish. We should ask the ancestor to come out of seclusion and deduce his background. He might have a great connection with the ultimate land." The immortal vast habitat suppressed the clear chi left behind after Su Yan's incarnation was destroyed. Although it had lost Su Yan's essence, chi, and spirit, as long as the ancestor was willing to help, he would definitely be able to deduce this kid's background. The fairy's entire 9 cauldron continent was still in storm. Some people from the major immortal sects had come to investigate this matter. Bastard, it's just an incarnation. We've been fooled by him. The two ancestors of the Mystic Sky sect were furious. They were so embarrassed that they became angry. They had thought that they could take advantage of the situation to obtain the Divine Shield. As for the Divine Shield's secret technique, in the end, everything was for naught. This matter was a trap from the very beginning. Su Yin had long predicted that they would definitely come looking for him. Hence, he didn't hide his aura at all. He believed that he could definitely kill the Xian people's ancestors by reconstructing the shattered domain of the Celestial Court. Of course, the only flaw in this matter was that the Supreme Leader was here. Otherwise, the Xian people would definitely be annihilated if they really fought. Meanwhile, somewhere in the starry sky outside the Nine Cauldron continent, the Milky Way was flickering. Vaguely, there was a world-burning aura that was about to destroy the entire Milky Way and burn towards the Nine Cauldron continent. In the midst of this, an extremely blurry figure crossed one continent after another and arrived at the Nine Cauldron continent. The figure was very blurry, as if it was in the middle of billions of golden flames. When a pair of eyes opened, it was as if a pair of golden eyes had been born. It looked at the ruins of the Celestial Court and Su Yan's blurry figure. Aura, it's somewhat familiar, a murmur was heard. In fact, the experts who passed by this area had already been scared away. If they guessed correctly, it should be the super wanted criminal of the undying heavenly domain, the Flame Emperor. Could it be an old friend? A sigh was heard, causing the space-time to dim. It was as if a supreme deity was sighing softly. Immediately after, the Flame Emperor made his move. His aura burned the entire ancient star sea. He stretched out a huge golden hand that was burning with billions of golden flames towards the supreme leader of the Xian people. Oh my God! The entire Nine Cauldron continent was in an uproar. The situation that had just calmed down was once again ignited to the extreme. Flame Emperor. The supreme leader of the Xian people opened his eyes wide and said angrily, "I didn't come for you, but you came for me. Today I'll kill you." The huge golden hand was burning fiercely. The fiery light it emitted cracked the heavens. This palm was too shocking. It descended from the sky like a huge mountain with 5 fingers. It had the deterrent power to suppress the supreme leader of the Xian people. Boom! The supreme leader of the Xian people rose into the sky and punched forward with his fist. During the process, his aura surged violently. It was as if a blurry immortal king was coming back to life. It was as if a supreme being was awakening. The power of his fist penetrated the heavens and the earth. It collided with the huge, fiery hand from the outer space. Boom! Boom! In an instant, waves surged and tore apart the stars in the universe. This scene was too frightening. The clash between the two experts was just a collision of energy, but it caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The invincible supreme aura swept across the entire Nine Cauldron continent, giving rise to a deafening sound. Something big seems to have happened in the Nine Cauldron continent. Su Yin, who was far away in the heavenly bamboo continent, had exhausted the energy of his incarnation. It was a huge loss to him. Su Yin had now returned to the heavenly bamboo continent. The bamboo origin force was furious. Su Yin had disappeared for 2 months. Didn't he know that the 10,000 tribe battlefield was about to open? After all, to the bamboo origin force, neither the Xian Hongshen nor the Nine Cauldron Mountain had much to do with him. This was a major event that he could only look up to. Su Yin had said that he was injured and had been hiding to recuperate. He had almost lost his life. However, he had said that his cultivation had improved greatly recently. Indeed, his ranking on the heavenly bamboo tablet had soared to over 4,000. This made the bamboo origin force ecstatic. The unhappiness in his heart had disappeared. The stronger Xia Kunlun was the better. Ha ha, very good. The bamboo origin force laughed. Xia Kunlun, prepare yourself. Soon, you'll be able to go to the top grotto heaven for a month. I believe that in this month, your improvement will be even greater. Also, the 10,000 tribe battlefield is about to open. The stronger you are, the more rewards you will receive. Work hard in the coming days. Also, the bamboo origin force laughed again. Zhu Yao has received the recognition of our patriarch. She is about to become a pseudo-immortal. Pseudo-immortal? Su Yan's expression changed. He pretended to be in disbelief. The bamboo origin force sighed. Zhu Yao had been beaten up by the young Devil King for the second time. Some of them felt that Zhu Yao was most likely crippled. However, who would have thought that Zhu Yao had obtained the Sky Bamboo Aspect Seed? She had prepared to fuse with the Sky Bamboo Aspect Seed to refine the Greater Essence Golden Pill. In the end, she had failed because of the young Devil King. Many people in the tribe coveted it and wanted to possess it. However, Zhu Yao's lineage also had a patriarch who was still alive. He had stood up and fought for a certain amount of rare resources for her to fuse with the Sky Bamboo Aspect Seed. Her battle prowess had undergone a terrifying transformation. Zhu Yao once again gathered her spirit. To be able to recover from such a heavy blow, the upper echelons of the tribe concluded that Zhu Yao would have great achievements in the future. Bastard, this is really preposterous. The giant bamboo was furious. Since they knew about the Sky Bamboo Aspect Seed, the tribe also knew about what had happened in the lower realm. However, they did not receive any punishment or explanation. Senior, this is nothing. Su Yan did not mind. He transmitted his voice. I am really worried that Zhu Yao will not be able to recover from this setback. If that happens, our plan will not progress smoothly. I don't care about this. However, what really hurts me is this still the Sky Bamboo lineage? Why don't we just call them the Sky Tribe? The giant bamboo was furious. Times were changing. What a terrifying aura. Su Yan's expression changed. He could vaguely sense that the entire Nine Cauldron continent was about to go berserk. A terrifying aura was transmitted to the Sky Bamboo continent. How strong was this battle? Who was it that was intercepting the Xian people's sect leader? Yin Emperor. The Nine Cauldron continent was in chaos. Everyone could see a terrifying figure moving along the river of time and space towards the Nine Cauldron continent. The super wanted criminal had made his move. The entire scene was extremely chaotic. Everyone knew that the Yin Emperor's organization and the Xian people had a grudge against each other. Now that the Yin Emperor's true body had appeared, it was truly a bloody battle. The sky was filled with golden flames, burning the entire Nine Cauldron continent. The Supreme Order also came crushing down, judging all living beings. This fire was about to burn down the entire Nine Cauldron continent. The super wanted criminal has made his move. What are they doing? Are they waging war against the entire Xian people? Countless people trembled as they saw the domineering aura of the Yin Emperor. Although his figure was extremely blurry, he formed a supreme seal and conjured the supreme immortal furnace. He burned the ruins of the celestial court until it was distorted violently. All the cultivators and living beings were about to be crushed. The Xian people's sect leader raised his fist and attacked. However, he had his reservations and was sent flying in one move. However, the sky was filled with raging flames that burned the ruins and turned into a sea of fire. There was a terrifying supreme order that could melt everything. The severely injured Xian Changhe collapsed and was burned to ashes. His primordial spirit let out a miserable cry. The remaining people who were still alive all exploded into pieces, destroyed in a single day. The Yin Emperor stood between heaven and earth like the supreme war god of the Fire Tao, looking down on heaven and earth. Karma. She thought of her ancestor. He was invincible and lived a glorious life. Back then, he was forced to retreat by the Xian people's sect leader. She saw it as a great humiliation that she would never forget. However, her ancestor was forced to retreat because he was protecting the celestial court. Now that she had come, she had punched the supreme cult master who was protecting the strong practitioners of the celestial race who were still alive. In the end, he had overestimated himself and was sent flying by her fist, together with a group of strong practitioners of the celestial race who were struggling at death's door. They had all exploded and were destroyed. Bastard! The two patriarchs of the Mystic Sky sect were terrified because the Yin Emperor was attacking them to take away the Imperial Heaven Brush. Notice, the chapter that was updated in the morning was edited by Clear Sky for an hour. When it was time to publish it, he forgot to publish the edited version. This is too embarrassing. The first thing he does every morning is to edit the content published today. But today there is a mistake. I don't know if other websites can refresh it. The original Zongheng website has already corrected it. Panda reads it later. Everyone can go back and read it again. Chapter 1470. The place where the two peak experts clashed was filled with blood. The Xian people who were still alive were completely annihilated. Even the Daluo true immortals were burned to ashes. The rulers of the Nine Cauldron continent felt their scalps tighten. How strong was the Flame Emperor? How dare he declare war on the Xian people's sect master? Two Daluo true immortals of the Xian people died in battle. Hundreds of top experts of the immortal path were all annihilated. The ruins of a celestial court are once again littered with corpses. Is history going to repeat itself? Is there going to be some kind of decisive battle? It's too sudden, but the Xian people have always been strong. The experts of the celestial court who are struggling at death's door can still fight. No matter what, the Flame Emperor has already made his move. It's clear that he wants to declare war on the Xian people. The experts from the immortal sect orthodoxies were all shocked. This battle was quite tragic. Although it was incomparable to the battle that destroyed the Celestial Court division 1,000,000 years ago, the death of a Daluo true immortal was a big deal. Originally, this was just an encirclement operation against the young Devil King. In the end, things escalated to this level. Even the Xian people's sect master did not expect this. The young Devil King left and disappeared without a trace. He only left behind an incarnation to lead the unparalleled slaughter and attack the Xian people. However, no one would have thought that the Flame Emperor would come out and even kill his way here with his real body. This made people seriously suspect that Su Yin might be one of the Flame Emperor's men. 1,000 years ago, they were unwilling to accept their failure and came back. Then, screams of despair could be heard again. Originally, the two patriarchs of the Mystic Heaven sect took out the Royal Heavenly Brush and opened a space-time door to escape the Nine Cauldron continent and return to the Mystic Heaven sect. But just as the Royal Heavenly Brush opened the space-time tunnel, it almost collapsed. A hand wrapped in golden divine fire grabbed one of the patriarch's ankles and pulled him out. No. The patriarch struggled wildly, but all his strength was suppressed and exploded. He was as small as a speck of dust and trembled under the sect master's hand. Although this person was a big shot of the mysterious heaven sect, who was the Flame Emperor, the notorious wanted criminal, a super strong man, dared to lay his hands on the sect leader of the Xian people. He howled miserably. His entire body burned with raging flames, burning down his entire body. How could a great firmament true immortal block the world-shocking strength of a super wanted criminal? His soul was directly scattered. Celestial Court, my clan will not forgive you. The old ancestor who used the heaven-ruling brush to protect himself survived. He hurriedly returned to the mysterious heaven sect to call for reinforcements. Whether it was the Xian people, the underworld, or the wondrous heaven sect, none of them wanted to see the Celestial Court show any signs of revival. They had to nip it in the bud. Damn you! The sect leader of the Xian people was enraged. He no longer had any scruples as he stood at the peak of his power. He unleashed the power of a supreme being and charged towards the Flame Emperor. He was determined to kill this wanted criminal. Without the Xian vast habitat, what are you? The Flame Emperor's aura was blazing as if he was at the peak of the Flame Tao. He turned into a Flame Tao Supreme Being and charged towards the Xian people's sect leader. Boom! The collision between the two was earth-shattering, and the four seas shook. The aura was boundless and terrifying. The impact of this battle was too great. Not only the Nine Cauldron continent, but even the immortal sects and orthodoxies in the surrounding continents could see the battle in the Nine Cauldron continent. Su Yin, who was far away in the heavenly bamboo continent, could not calm down. Now, standing in the heavenly bamboo continent, he was shocked by the aura of the nine called continent. Could it be that the supreme beings were fighting to the death? Su Yin really wanted to go over and take a look at what had happened. However, with the bamboo origin power by his side, it would be difficult for him to leave again. On the other hand, a large group of experts from the heavenly bamboo lineage rushed to the Nine Cauldron continent to find out what was going on. This battle was crueler than what the world had expected. So many Xian people had died, and the ancestral land was in chaos. A large group of experts opened the teleportation formation across continents and charged towards the Nine Cauldron continent. Too many experts were involved in the battle, and the battle was so intense that there was no daylight, and blood flowed in the sea. The experts that the Flame Emperor had gathered were not just the Flame Emperor alone. There were also experts from other continents who came to participate in the battle. Kill! The battle between the two was no less than a decisive battle. Half of the Nine Cauldron continent was almost sunk, and there were large cracks everywhere. Terrifying divine power continued to spread, and the flames of war burned the entire sky. Let's go! We can't stay here any longer. The Flame Emperor's small force retreated quickly. The Flame Army had already found out the truth. The Flame Emperor had taken action to reduce the impact of this matter. The young Devil King had done too much and had completely pierced through the sky. How could the Xian people let the matter rest? The Flame Emperor had stepped forward to tell the Xian people that the young Devil King wasn't the only one to blame, but also them. Otherwise, if this shocking tragedy was really caused by a small fry in the immortal realm, the Xian people would lose all face, and the ancestors would most likely step forward. Yin Jun didn't know what trump card the young Devil King had that could cut off the Xian people's pursuit. In any case, Yin Jun knew very well that if the Xian people were really ruthless, was there anything in this world that they couldn't do? Even if Su Yin was hiding in the void, was it really certain that the immortals would not be able to find any traces of him? Su Yan's confidence naturally came from the heaven-opening writing brush and the Nine Continents Heaven Cauldron. He had the celestial quartz, two most precious treasures that could stabilize fate. Even the Flame Emperor couldn't believe that they were in the hands of one person. Even if they didn't take action, the Xian people wouldn't be able to find him. The Flame Emperor's organization. After 3 days and 3 nights, Su Yin, who was anxiously waiting in the ancestral land of the heavenly bamboo branch, received a series of news. He fell silent. The Flame Emperor had taken action and killed a group of people that he hadn't managed to kill. He even fought with the leader of the Xian people for an entire day and night. The war in the Nine Cauldron continent had ended, but the scene was too horrible to look at. Too many experts had died, and the Flame Emperor's organization had also lost many experts. This was equivalent to a great battle that lasted for an entire day and night. 2/10 of the Nine Cauldron continent had been sunk. It's hard to imagine how intense the battle was. The young Devil King set up a trap to kill a series of experts of the immortal tribe. It must be the Flame Emperor's organization behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could he kill hundreds of experts of the immortal Tao alone? Even 2 true immortals of the Grand Principle were killed. The experts didn't believe that a pseudo-immortal could do such a shocking thing. There must be someone behind this. The Flame Emperor's organization is really crazy. Since the establishment of this organization, this is the first time such a large-scale battle has happened. The Xian people have suffered too much. Xian Hongshan was killed, and the immortal cauldron that they had painstakingly forged for 30,000 years was taken away. So many people died. They have lost a lot of face. The storm was getting more and more intense. It had already shaken the central heavenly region. The Xian people didn't respond to this series of events. They didn't even increase the bounty on Su Yin. Those who were observant knew that if the Xian people really spent hundreds of thousands of immortal Tao stones on the young Devil King's bounty, they would be slapping themselves in the face. None of the 10 great wanted criminals had an undying being in the 10 great wanted criminals. This news had a huge impact on Su Yin. The Flame Emperor's organization had taken the blame for him. Although the Xian people were silent, He had heard a lot of news from the heavenly bamboo branch. It was said that the Xian people were mobilizing their armies to encircle the Flame Emperor's organization in various continents. The Flame Emperor's organization, come out and die. The top elites of the Xian people went to various continents and said, I don't care where you are hiding. I don't want to hear any news about the Flame Emperor's organization in the future. Anyone who dares to do so will be killed. The Flame Emperor's organization. Do you really think you can do it? How dare you provoke us? Let's see how much fate you have left. Our sect master has already said that anyone from the Flame Emperor's organization will be killed without mercy. None will be spared. How dare you go against the Xian people? Even your ancestors were killed by our ancestors. What fate do you have left in the Celestial Court? After struggling at death's door for so many years, you will be wiped out sooner or later. Haha, the 10,000 tribe battlefield is about to start. In the past, the Celestial Court had many sky prides in the Emperor Road. They even had a few spots in the top 10 of the Emperor ranking. But in this battle, you won't even get a spot in the top 10,000 list, let alone the top 10. Anyone who dares to fight for supremacy will die without a complete corpse. The immortal heavenly domain was still in an uproar. The Xian people sent a large number of top elites to various continents, trying to force the experts from the Flame Emperor's organization to attack. The Xian people put the blame on the Flame Emperor's organization. In the past, they were afraid of the Flame Emperor, a super wanted criminal. But now, the super wanted criminal was attacking them, which angered the Xian people. If they were to compete in strength, even 10 Flame Emperor's organizations together would not be enough. Flame Emperor's organization, Flame Emperor, Flame Sparrow, Flame Army, and Baokai, Yuan, Tensor, Old Leader, Emperor Nan, East Demon. How are you? Where are you? Did you hear the name of the Flame Emperor? Su Yen murmured. His blood was boiling, and his combat strength was getting restless. He was also very much looking forward to the day when they would meet again. He was not fighting alone. He had the Flame Emperor behind him, a super expert, the Flame Emperor who dared to attack the Xian people's sect leader. Behind him, there were still thousands of soldiers and horses, including Baokai and the others. They were all secretly accumulating their strength and strengthening themselves. Sooner or later, they would announce their return and rebuild the glory and prosperity of the past. There was even the prehistoric Big Brother who had not fallen yet. Su Yin did not know where he was, but Su Yin was sure that his big brother would return one day and stand at the peak again. This should have been my slot. Feng Rong's expression was cold. Zhu Yao was valued by the clan. She had fused with the celestial bamboo aspect seed, and her status was on par with the clan's void immortals. Zhu Yao might even be involved in the fight for the clan's ancestral land of creation in the future. However, to Feng Rong, Xia Kunlun and the others were nothing. If they really went all out, he alone could suppress all the generals by Zhu Yao's side. This matter infuriated Zhu Yanghua, and he saw Zhu Yao as a thorn in his side. After all, it was hard to say whether Zhu Yanghua could obtain the ancestral relic left behind by the clan's ancestral land. Hence, nurturing Zhu Yao was equivalent to having another layer of protection. Zhu Yao, will you have to fight me? You're just a loser who has suffered 2 crushing defeats. Zhu Yanghua looked at the golden immortal grotto's supreme golden core and said coldly, when the Emperor Road battle platform opens in the 10,000 tribe battlefield, I'll lead the immortal road and cleanse my body with the supreme golden core. My body alone is already a top expert in the immortal Dao realm. Even you, Zhu Yao, have obtained a portion of the ancestral land's opportunities. What do you have to fight me in the future? I'll be the future ruler of the celestial bamboo lineage. I won't let off anyone who stands in my way. Zhu Yanghua's expression was cold. He could not allow Zhu Yao to overtake him. In any case, the 10,000 tribe battlefield would only open in a few months. Even if Zhu Yao was given a few more years, she would not be able to catch up to him. Moreover, Zhu Yanghua had obtained the ancestral relic and nurtured the celestial bamboo aspect seed. He didn't believe that a Dharma seed dug out from a woman with a low-class bloodline in the lower realm could create a miracle and surpass him. Chapter 1471. Although the divine dragon grotto heaven was hardly comparable to the golden immortal grotto heaven, such a grotto heaven could definitely be called the strongest immortal realm cultivation grounds. The grotto heaven was located in the center of the core area. It emitted scorching heat as if an azure dragon was lying there and breathing. This is the divine dragon grotto heaven. The bamboo origin power stared at the grotto heaven with a burning gaze. A natural pressure flowed through the grotto heaven. When the grotto heaven's tightly shut door opened, the true dragon tide surged out and suppressed the entire area until it was dark and lightless. It was as if it was going to be destroyed, as expected of a top-notch training ground. Su Yin praised. Then he saw a figure walk out of the grotto heaven. The intensity of the light was even greater than the divine dragon grotto heaven. It was a man in black. His eyes were emitting cold light. His body was extremely strong, like a blooming blood furnace. The essence blood stored in his body was exuberant and filled with an unparalleled sense of oppression. Su Yin was surprised. This person was stronger than the Xian people's Xian Hongshin. His body alone was enough to suppress experts of the same generation. I'm an outer sect elder, Zhu Yuanli. Zhu Yuanli's attitude was respectful and submissive. He cupped his hands and said, "Young Master Zhuyang." Su Yan's heart trembled. Zhu Zhuyang's position in the sky bamboo lineage was high, second only to Zhu Yanghua. It was said that they had fought over the title of the number one in the younger generation of the sky bamboo lineage. Unfortunately, Zhu Zhuyang was defeated. This also helped Zhu Yanghua achieve his current status. Of course, this Zhu Zhuyang was extraordinary. Not only was he a void immortal, but it was also rumored that he had an extremely shocking physique that was not inferior to a supreme treasure body. This Zhu Zhuyang had also been living in the divine dragon grotto heaven. It was almost exclusive to him. One could imagine how important he was to the clans. Without waiting for Zhu Yuanli to speak, Zhu Zhuyang said coldly, "You'd better give me a perfect explanation. Why did you disturb my meditation?" He was wearing a black robe. His blazing aura leaked out slightly, causing Zhu Yuanli to feel as if he had fallen into a furnace. His body tensed up as he said with difficulty, "I'm here under orders to let Xia Kunlun enter the divine dragon grotto heaven to cultivate for a month." What a joke. How can I let a wild brat enter my cave to cultivate? Zhu Zhuyang's expression was cold. He didn't even look at Su Yan. He didn't see him as someone of the same generation. His entire aura became stronger. Suns rose behind him and burned the universe. 9 suns filled the sky like natural suns, dazzling and shocking the world. There were even indistinct primordial great vicious beasts entrenched on each of the suns, causing one's soul to tremble. What a special constitution. Su Yin thought to himself that this Zhu Zhuyang was not necessarily the case. It was said that when Zhu Zhuyang was born, 9 suns appeared in the sky. He had a special constitution and was placed high hopes on him. Although Zhu Yanghua would surpass Zhu Zhuyang in the future, Zhu Zhuyang was the second strongest in the clan. No one could shake him. In other words, if it wasn't for Zhu Yanghua, Zhu Zhuyang would truly be the strongest in the clan. Judging from the strength of this constitution, it was not inferior to a supreme treasure physique. If Zhu Zhuyang cultivated other peak scriptures, he could definitely compete with a supreme treasure physique. Zhu Zhuyang's origin power couldn't withstand it. He was only a half-step true immortal. How could he withstand Zhu Zhuyang's aura? He staggered and fell to the ground. He said in panic, "Young Master Zhuyang, please calm down. Ms. Zhu Yao asked me to come. She said you promised her before." Some of the top grotto heavens of the sky bamboo lineage were occupied by the strongest geniuses of the clan. It was not easy for outsiders to come in and cultivate. Even the elders of the clan wouldn't easily decide to let Su Yin go to the divine dragon grotto. Zhu Zhuyang was different after all. He would be an expert in the future who would wield great power in the clan. "Oh, Zhu Jiuyang's aura quickly dissipated. He put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "So, it's little sister Zhu Yao? Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought Zhu Yanghua was behind it again." That kid called Feng Rong also wanted to come to the Divine Dragon Grotto to cultivate. How laughable. If I didn't show mercy, I would have killed him. Zhu Yuanli smiled bitterly. Did you give me time to speak? Zhu Yao and Zhu Juyang had always had a good relationship, especially since Zhu Yao had also merged with the sky bamboo seed. This made Zhu Juyang value Zhu Yao even more. Back then, he lost to Zhu Yanghua and knew he had no chance of becoming the young master. However, he was even more unwilling to let Zhu Yanghua ascend to such a high position. At this time, Zhu Jiang glanced at Su Yan. He could see his vigorous vitality and solid foundation. He said with some satisfaction, "You're not bad, kid. But remember, you can only cultivate in the Divine Dragon Grotto for a month. You can't stay any longer. When the time is up, leave obediently." "I understand." Su Yan nodded and watched Zhu Jiang leave. "Xia Kunlun, you have to cherish this 1 month. The opening of the Myriad Tribe battlefield will not exceed half a year. It will probably open in these few months." Zhu Yuanli told Su Yin some things to take note of and did not stay any longer. Su Yin stepped into the Divine Dragon Grotto. The space inside the grotto was huge. True dragon chi steamed as if it was a true dragon's lair. The entire space-time was filled with waves of dragon chi that could nourish the body and strengthen the vitality. This grotto is not simple. Although it's only a month, it's enough for me to strengthen my strength and step into the peak of the immortal realm. Su Yin nodded with satisfaction. He sat down cross-legged and started to absorb. The huge Divine Dragon Grotto surged with a monstrous source of energy that penetrated Su Yan's body. It stimulated the calm, immortal substance in his body to start to strengthen. Even his flesh shell was nourished by the surging dragon chi and started to become tougher. Although this was very slow, it could be accumulated over a long period of time. It was extremely impressive. Rumble. The amount of energy that Su Yan exhaled was too shocking. As he inhaled and exhaled, the surroundings rumbled. The entire secret grotto became somewhat dim. A huge amount of energy penetrated Su Yan's body. The body-nurturing art stole the fortune of heaven and earth. If he let go of his absorption, he could completely empty the Divine Dragon Grotto of the essence that had accumulated over a long period of time. Within the Divine Dragon Cave, waves of surging energy could be seen leaking out layer by layer. Piece after piece of golden substance sprinkled down and landed on Su Yan's body, making him look like a true immortal of the martial way. What is this? The body-nurturing art stole the precious materials that the Divine Dragon Grotto had accumulated over a long period of time. It could be said to be a limited amount of resources. Wong. Su Yan's body shone brightly. The vitality in his body rumbled. The energy in his body was also stirred and started to grow crazily. Fall! Su Yan roared. His body glowed as he circulated the body-nurturing art to the limit. Although it was still extremely difficult to use the 3rd level of the body-nurturing art in his current state, the entire Divine Dragon Grotto of the Divine Dragon Grotto was blazing to the extreme. This grotto heaven was like a miniature universe. Now it was pouring down waves of origin energy like a golden liquid that was sprinkling down. In an instant, Su Yan's body was burning hot and stinging. It was somewhat unbearable. It was as if his life essence was evolving. His entire body seemed to be burning, and even his pores were spewing out flames. "Take it easy." Zhu was shocked. "You can even steal the Divine Dragon Grotto's origin energy. Take it easy. This energy is extremely domineering. If you're not careful, you will hurt yourself." "It's fine." Su Yan had mastered the body-nurturing art. He could steal any energy to nourish his body. This energy was domineering. It penetrated deep into Su Yan's body and turned into energy essence, strengthening Su Yan's vitality. Gradually, Su Yan's aura changed. He was like a divine embryo of the great Tao. seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. It could be said that he did not reject any of the divine Dragon Grotto's energy. On the other side, the snow-white chrysalis in the divine Dragon Grotto was also absorbing a huge amount of energy essence, completing its evolution. The amount of energy they were exhaling was too shocking. As a result, the divine Dragon Grotto's divine essence treasures that had been stored for a long time were quickly depleted. Time passed. Time flew by slowly. Su Yin had already cultivated in the divine dragon paradise for 10 days. The grotto was getting darker and darker. If Zhu Jiang was here, he would definitely be heartbroken. Su Yin had been stealing the divine dragon grotto's origin energy to absorb. Not to mention Zhu Jiang. Even Zhu Yanghua would be punished by his family for doing so. Su Yin's body glowed. The immortal substance in his body strengthened by a lot. His improvement could be said to be godly. Although it was only 10 days, it was comparable to several years of cultivation in the divine dragon grotto. Zhu Zhu was speechless. He really did not expect Su Yin to be able to continuously steal the divine dragon grotto's origin energy. If this continued, the divine dragon grotto would most likely be destroyed. On this day, Su Yan's flesh shell turned golden. Suddenly, he was about to transform into a golden demon god that could shake the heavens and the earth. He was filled with supreme pressure and intimidating people. What was this? This was the indestructible body being pushed to evolve toward the realm of lesser mastery. Even after 3 days, the indestructible body shone brilliantly. It had touched upon a kind of extreme realm that was extremely difficult to break. I've reached the limit. My indestructible body is only 1 step away from lesser mastery. Su Yin frowned. He was only 1 step away. What method should he use to open the path of indestructible body's evolution? After all, once he stood in the state of lesser mastery, Su Yin could rely on his body alone to reverse the situation and attack a true immortal powerhouse. Then, Su Yin saw the changes in the divine dragon grotto. He was shocked. The grotto was about to collapse. Why is this divine dragon grotto so useless? I've only cultivated for a few days. Su Yin was speechless. When he noticed that the snow-white pupa's absorption speed was even more shocking than Su Yan's, this made Su Yin excited. The 10 transformations true dragon was about to be born. Once the dragon totem completed its evolution, it was hard to imagine what level it would evolve into. Su Yin, you can't go on like this. Zhu Zhu smiled bitterly. You've improved rapidly in the past 10 days. You've stolen a huge amount of the divine dragon grotto's creation substance. If this continues, this top grotto will be destroyed. In just 10 days, Su Yin had almost accumulated the foundation needed to advance to the next realm. Who would believe this if word got out? Of course, the biggest price to pay was that the divine dragon grotto would become a wasteland. Even Xian people would not dare to do this. Who would dare to be so extravagant? If the powerhouses of the sky bamboo lineage found out about this, they would probably skin Su Yin alive. It should be known that a peak sky cave, from the construction to the accumulation of a sufficiently strong foundation, would easily take up to 1,000 years. However, Su Yin had nearly stolen the essence of the entire peak sky cave in a short 10 days. Of course, most of it provided a powerful transformation for the dragon totem. Looks like I can only steal the essence of the nearby grottos, Su Yin muttered. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Zhu Zhu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Su Yin was still thinking about the essence of the other grottos. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. Su Yin was full of confidence. The foundation needed for the dragon totem's evolution was too great. He had to take a risk. In the past 10 days, he had not been idle. His mind explored the domain of the nearby top grotto and had a rough understanding of it. Time flew by, and another 3 days passed. He was a bit anxious. The dragon totem's devouring capacity was too shocking. The divine dragon grotto was almost unable to satisfy its evolution. Finally, on this day, Su Yin sensed a grand aura that bloomed between heaven and earth. It was like a giant dragon that spanned millions of miles had awakened from its slumber. It released an endless amount of life energy that nurtured the entire Tao cultivation field. Su Yan's sharp senses caught that a large portion of the energy was intercepted by the domain. Golden Immortal Grotto. Even if I steal the essence of hundreds of grottos, how could it compare to the Golden Immortal Grotto's fortune? Su Yan's eyes were burning. This was the sky bamboo lineage's strongest fortune. If he could steal the essence, it would be amazing. He might even be able to complete the indestructible body's evolution. Chapter 1472. Hundreds of top grotto heavens emitted different creation attributes. There were many grotto heavens here that were as famous as the divine dragon grotto heaven. Now, under the release of the dragon vein's power, all the grotto heavens lit up and devoured the massive amount of dragon vein essence. What kind of dragon vein was this? This was the strongest dragon vein in the heavenly bamboo continent. It had been controlled by the heavenly bamboo lineage for a long time and was the lifeblood of the race. It gathered endless immortal essence. Even though the dragon vein's energy was nearly inexhaustible, the heavenly bamboo lineage could not expend the dragon vein's energy without restraint. Therefore, at certain times, the dragon vein would automatically erupt with divine energy. This scene was like a flood. The commotion was too great. The surging energy tide rushed to the grotto heavens, and only a small amount flowed to the outer sex grotto heavens. One, at a speed visible to the naked eye, Su Yan's divine dragon's paradise, which had been greatly depleted, suddenly shone with a divine light. The dim paradise shone and began to recover towards its strongest state. His almost exhausted divine power rapidly grew stronger. Soon, the replenished energy was nourished by the grotto heaven and turned into pure dragon chi. One could not help but be amazed. This was the effect of the divine dragon grotto heaven. Of course, this was a man-made grotto heaven and not a natural one. Of course, this was only the external appearance. In reality, the essence within had been stolen by Su Yan. Without 1,000 years, it would be extremely difficult for the divine dragon grotto heaven to recover to its peak state. Let's begin. In the divine dragon grotto heaven, a figure burned brightly. The 4 great escape techniques erupted, and a dragon and tiger appeared. The divine escape opened up a path, and its probing ability was shocking. Thousands of eyes shot out and saw through the entire area. The dragon vein's radiant energy nourished hundreds of grotto heavens. In the process, these hundreds of grotto heavens opened up paths to receive energy to nourish the grotto heavens. This was the opportunity for Su Yan to take advantage of. 1. His heavenly eye became more and more astonishing. The entire grotto heavens was imprinted in his eyes, and he broke through hundreds of fields at the same time. If it were in the past, Su Yan would need a lot of time to master the heaven-opening writing brush. However, things were different now. Tian Dun's heavenly eye could see through hundreds of fields. After all, this was a heavenly eye that had been fused with the Connate Stone Eye. It was extremely powerful, and in terms of insight, it was not inferior to a perfected immortal. One after another, Su Yan broke the force fields. What replaced them was the right to control the blessed paradises one after another. Of course, how could Su Yan steal the fortunes of hundreds of secret mansions just to do this? The most important thing was naturally the body nurturing technique, a secret technique that was suspected to be a derivative of the stealing heaven technique. Once it was activated, the divine power that had been stored in the hundreds of secret palaces for a long time began to quietly follow the direction of the terrain and began to gather in the divine dragon grotto. Good move. The giant bamboo was shocked. If Zhu Jiang was here, he would be scared silly. The aura of the godly dragon chamber was more than 100 times more terrifying. It was as if this was the birth of the world's top chaos Tao field. Boundless quintessence surged out and filled the entire divine dragon cave. The surging aura was complex and ever-changing. Similarly, it was a limited resource of the highest quality of all materials. It was the essence of the heavenly abode and could be called the source of the heavenly abode. In an instant, Su Yin was in extreme pain. His body felt like it was about to explode. It was too blazing and brilliant. His body, which was about to shatter, erupted crazily, producing billowing, immortal substances. It was as if it was maturing his body, urging the energy born in Su Yan's body to begin to climb at an astonishing speed. This speed of ascension was too fast for ordinary people to bear. Su Yan's physical foundation was strong, so he could barely withstand it. Su Yan, I don't recommend you to break through the ninth heaven now. The giant bamboo suddenly said, Immortal realm, if you can get a baptism, maybe it will strengthen your life essence. What do you mean? Su Yan asked. Hearing this, the giant bamboo said expectantly, The environment of the 10,000 tribes battlefield is amazing. If you're strong enough, it is very likely that you will attract a heavenly tribulation to temper your body. I have seen some monsters in prehistoric times temper their bodies with heavenly tribulation. If they are strong enough, they can activate the essence of their body and transform it. The environment of the 10,000 tribes battlefield is very strong. You can imagine how powerful the heavenly tribulation is. It is evolved from the origin of the 10,000 tribes battlefield. The giant bamboo said, Although peak immortal realm can also get a chance, I think that breaking through from the 8th heaven to the 9th heaven is a kind of perfection. The test you will get will be stronger. Even the baptism of the heavenly tribulation will strengthen your physical body, primordial spirit, and energy essence. The giant bamboo said again, This is very important. You are now a virtual immortal, so you must seize any opportunity to strengthen your foundation. You are different from the strongest successors of the immortal orthodoxies. You can't get the best resources. You have to fight for everything by yourself. Hearing what you said, it is time to go through the test of the heavenly tribulation. Su Yan's mind was calm. Although he wasn't in a hurry to make a breakthrough, Su Yan was still guiding a huge amount of origin matter to refine his current body. Once he reached the 10,000 tribes battlefield, he would have very little time to cultivate. Stepping into the immortal realm as soon as possible was the best way. Of course, the dragon totem was the one that caused the most commotion in the divine dragon grotto. It had seized 90% of the resources and energy, causing the snow-white pupa to be colorful. There was a terrifying aura of life flowing around it. Su Yan was looking forward to what the dragon totem would become after its transformation. Of course, Su Yan's avatar was not idle. He had been observing the golden immortal grotto. The golden immortal grotto was nurturing the golden core. After a long time, the sky bamboo lineage had relied on the golden immortal grotto's golden core medicine, and even the life essence evolution fluid, to cultivate a zenith heaven golden immortal. The zenith heaven golden immortal realm was known as the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. And the zenith heaven golden immortal was Su Yan's goal in the future. When Zhuyanghua was in the immortal realm, the sky bamboo lineage had already started preparing for his path to the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. They knew very well that once the geniuses of their race gained a lot in the 10,000 tribe battlefield, they would be very close to the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. They had to make preparations in advance. After all, some resources were too difficult to nurture and required a long wait. This also showed how rare a zenith heaven golden immortal was. Boom! Now, the golden immortal grotto had devoured more than half of the dragon vein's essence, causing the energy in the grotto to be extremely exuberant. It was filled with supreme heavenly might. There were even terrifying leaders overseeing the golden immortal grotto. However, on this day, all the patriarchs of the golden immortal grotto had disappeared. Ha ha ha! Zhuyanghua laughed. In the coming days, the golden immortal grotto belonged to him alone. He was going to enjoy the baptism of supreme creation. He was already very strong, but in order to increase Zhuyangua's strength as much as possible, the other races did not hesitate to sacrifice even a little of their combat strength. The heavens are on my side. In the divine dragon grotto, Su Yan's avatar had been very calm. However, when he saw the group of terrifying leaders leave, his emotions surged. Just now, he was afraid of the group of old monsters in the Golden Immortal Grotto and did not dare to make any moves. Now that they had left, it was the best opportunity. The Golden Immortal Grotto was located at the peak of the magnificent Tao Field. The 9 levels of heaven was responsible for the baptism of the energy essence. Now, the 9 levels of heaven was open to smelt a huge amount of dragon veins essence and penetrate into the Golden Immortal Grotto. No one saw a blurry figure. For Su Yan, his essence, energy, and spirit passed through the 9 levels of heaven and rushed towards the Golden Immortal Grotto. As he approached the Golden Immortal Grotto, Su Yan's spiritual imprint was extremely painful and unbearable. The main reason was that the aura released by the Golden Immortal Grotto was too terrifying and wanted to evaporate his essence, energy, and spirit. Incredible! Su Yan was shocked and said, "If I want to use the same method to steal the Golden Immortal Grotto's creation energy, it's almost impossible. Unless my body nurturing technique reaches the 3rd level of heaven. It seems like I can only wait for the energy tide to dissipate and the Golden Immortal Grotto to forge the golden core before I make my move." Juju had previously told Su Yan that the Golden Immortal Grotto's golden core would undergo independent forging every once in a while. At that time, the golden core would leave the Golden Immortal Grotto. This would be Su Yan's only chance to make his move. Of course, Su Yan could not steal the golden core. Otherwise, the Sky Bamboo lineage would be in chaos. This would be very detrimental to his next plan. The Sky Bamboo lineage was not stupid. After losing their supreme treasures twice in a row, they would definitely know that someone had infiltrated their family. Time passed slowly until it was nighttime. The energy tide of the dragon vein dissipated completely. The entire cultivation area quieted down. The Golden Immortal Grotto, which was located above the 9 levels of heaven, became increasingly sacred and transcendent. It even became blurry and was about to disappear into time and space. It's time to forge the golden core. Su Yan could clearly see that the Golden Immortal Grotto was filled with energy. A brilliant golden light bloomed and shot into the sky. My golden core medicine has been formed. I'm just waiting for the opening of the 10,000 tribe battlefield to take it away. When the time comes, I'll use the golden core to form my Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Foundation. I've waited for this day for too long. I can't wait. How could Zhu Yangwan not be excited? A Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was a transcendent status. In the entire undying celestial domain, it was rare. The conditions to become a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal were extremely harsh. Forming a supreme treasure body was only one of the conditions. The golden core of the Golden Immortal Grotto was enough for him to lay down this layer of foundation. As long as he could train up enough battle strength, the other conditions would not be difficult to achieve. 1. In the Golden Immortal Grotto, golden light shone in all directions. The golden core rose into the sky and left the Golden Immortal Grotto. Sitting at the peak of the Golden Immortal Grotto, the golden core was like a heavenly pearl. It rotated on its own and attracted the energy of the Golden Immortal Grotto to gather within the core. The Golden Immortal Grotto nurtured the golden core. It sounded easy, but even waiting for the golden core to form would take thousands of years. In addition to the forging time, it would take even longer. The final formation of the golden core would take tens of thousands of years. Such a core medicine was too rare. It was something that alchemists could not forge. Only the Golden Immortal Grotto had the right to nurture it. Body nurturing technique, swallow it. Su Yan's blurry essence, chi, and spirit glowed. He took a deep breath, as if he had swallowed the sun, moon, and stars. The body nurturing technique seized the creation of heaven and earth. When the source of the creation was seized and affected the golden core, Su Yan felt a resistance. This golden core was extremely strong. It was not easy to steal the energy of the golden core. Swallow, Su Yan growled. His soul burned brightly as he circulated the body-nurturing technique to its peak. It was as if two large hands that could steal from the heavens were born and grabbed the golden core. In an instant, the powerful defense of the golden core was broken by the body-nurturing technique. Golden clouds leaked out and fell into space-time before disappearing without a trace. Success! Ha ha ha! Su Yin was overjoyed. He guided the golden clouds. Each of them was extremely powerful and could easily crush the void. They were too heavy. Fortunately, Su Yan's soul was strong and was not crushed. Golden clouds gathered in his soul. Under the unique energy of the body-nurturing technique, they were compressed into a golden core the size of an ant. Of course, this was just the beginning. Chapter 1473. Zhu Yanghua had been observing the golden elixir, and he did not find anything unusual. The main thing was that the golden elixir was emitting a divine light and was seizing the creation materials of the golden immortal cave to refine itself. He did not pay much attention to the small amount of golden clouds leaking out. The body-nurturing technique is really crazy. I wonder how strong the stealing heaven technique is. Not only is it stealing the creation of heaven and earth, but it can also steal the essence of the famous mountains and rivers. Su Yin was pleasantly surprised. The supreme technique that his prehistoric big brother had passed on to him could steal the creation of heaven and earth. It could even steal the golden immortal cave's golden immortal Tao fruit. One could only imagine how heaven-defying the body-nurturing technique was. If the ultimate version of the body-nurturing technique was the stealing heaven technique, how strong would it be? Su Yin was really looking forward to it. The golden immortal cave would not take too long to refine the golden immortal pill. Su Yin only had one chance to act. Endless stealing, pieces of golden clouds fell into the void, flowing into the source of the body-nurturing technique. Each piece of energy contained the powerful essence of divine power. This was a complete golden elixir that had been refined by the golden immortal cave for tens of thousands of years. The golden elixir that was compressed in his soul was constantly growing, from the size of a sesame seed to the size of a soybean. Faster, faster! Su Yin shouted hysterically. This was a great opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could help him achieve a supreme treasure body in the future. Endless golden substances were stolen in large amounts, and the golden elixir that was the size of a soybean soon became the size of a longan fruit. This golden elixir was circulating in Su Yan's soul, emitting golden light. It was incomparably sacred and dreamlike. Why do I feel that the golden elixir is a little weak? At this moment, Zhu Yanghua's face darkened. He felt that the golden immortal cave's golden elixir was a little weak. Was this an illusion? However, only a ninth-grade alchemist could identify the golden elixir's medicinal properties. Su Yan's heart raced, and he stopped stealing. If the golden elixir was too weak, the problem would be troublesome. Above the golden immortal cave, the golden elixir returned to normal. It swallowed the energy of the golden immortal cave and recovered its huge losses. This thing really had a lot of spirituality. Of course, it would take a long time to recover the losses of stealing. Seeing the golden elixir radiating in all directions, the doubts in Zhu Yanghua's heart dissipated. Following that, the golden elixir fell into the golden immortal cave and began to revolve in the center. Time to go into seclusion. Zhu Yanghua's eyes were also tightly shut. He was receiving the endless energy of the golden immortal cave. The 10,000 tribes battlefield was about to open. In the last million years, the cruelest competition between the younger generation was about to begin. Every inheritor of an immortal sex orthodoxy was under immense pressure. After all, they had to represent their tribe in the war. Regardless of whether they won or lost, the impact on their tribe was too great. The vicinity of the golden immortal cave was quiet. Su Yan's essence, qi, and spirit lay dormant for an entire night. Only in the early hours of the next day did he noiselessly follow the layout of the 9 heavens and dash all the way down, returning to the divine dragon cave. The moment he arrived at the heavenly abode, Su Yin heaved a sigh of relief. The risk he had taken was too great. His back was drenched in cold sweat. When he saw the golden elixir floating in his palm, he was instantly energized. Good, this is really good. Giant Bamboo's emotions were also surging. Su Yin now had the golden core of the golden immortal cave and the seven-colored elemental immortal fruit. With the combination of these two supreme resources, Su Yin would definitely be able to unleash a terrifying amount of talent in the immortal Tao realm. Although the golden elixir that Su Yin stole was not in its peak state, he still had the immortal Tao body. However, he had the indestructible body of the supreme treasure body after all. As long as the golden core strengthened Su Yan's indestructible body, Su Yin would be able to obtain the supreme treasure body. In the future, he would have a great chance of successfully breaking through to the perfected golden immortal realm. However, it was too early to say all this. The Zenith Heaven realm was still very far away from Su Yin. Su Yin calmed down and activated the various top-notch energy substances in the Divine Dragon Cave to temper his physical body. Time flew by, and another 10 days passed. Su Yin had changed a lot. His blood was surging, and his 5 organs were emitting golden light. His physique had recovered to its peak state. His aura had changed, and it was filled with a shocking aura. His entire body was turning golden. Immortal Tao body, just one step away from initial success. Su Yin thought to himself, there's an extremely strong obstacle. It's like I need to undergo a life essence evolution. I wonder if the heavenly tribulation in the 10,000 tribe battlefield can help me break through? After close to 20 days of further training, Su Yin had seized a huge amount of resources that had been accumulated over a long period of time. He had made up for many of his shortcomings and laid down a supreme foundation. Su Yin looked back at the road of immortality. From the time he broke through to the peak of the 8th heaven of the immortal realm, he sighed. Fortunately, he had sneaked into the Sky Bamboo sect and stolen all kinds of treasures. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to reach his current level. If not for Juju's plan, Su Yin would not have been able to reach this level just by becoming a pseudo-immortal. The energy in this area seems to have been depleted very badly. At this time, a group of elders came to the top dojo of the Sky Bamboo sect. They were all doubtful, and the top cave abodes were a little dim. So many outer disciples have entered here to cultivate. The demand is huge, an elder suggested. We can't do that. Otherwise, the top cave abodes of our sect will suffer a great loss. Su Yin was a little nervous. Although all of this was related to him, the one who benefited was not him, but the dragon totem. Its throughput was getting more and more perverse and terrifying. The energy of hundreds of top cave abodes could not satisfy it. Fortunately, what I stole was the essence of the cave abodes accumulated over a long period of time. These elders can't see it. Su Yin muttered. The group of elders had only checked for a while before they disappeared. They would never have thought that their top cave abodes would be emptied of their resources. This was equivalent to a desperate measure. If this continued, these top cave abodes would not be able to recover their vitality in the next few thousand years. Of course, it was impossible for Su Yin to steal all of the energy substances. If this doesn't work, then I'll have to stop. Su Yin muttered. He gradually restrained the absorption of the body preservation art. The energy essence of the Divine Dragon's paradise began to decline rapidly. Bang! All of a sudden, the dragon totem transformed into a pupa. An extremely strong life force surged within it. On the snow-white pupa, terrifying soul lights appeared one after another. There were 9 of them in total, as if they had penetrated through 9 worlds. What is this? Giant Bamboo was startled. The snow-white pupa was brightly colored. Above the pupa, terrifying totems appeared. There was a Kirin, a true dragon, a heavenly beast, a Kuan Peng, a vermilion bird. Each totem corresponded to a supreme life form. They were filled with soul fluctuations that could suppress the river of time, enough to suppress one's heart. Could it be that I've succeeded? Su Yan's face was filled with anticipation. He saw the 9 great totems suddenly awaken and fuse together, forming a special chaos pupa. In almost an instant, the energy of the divine dragon's paradise was exhausted. It was about to completely dry up. This is bad. Suyan's expression changed drastically. Once the divine dragon's paradise collapsed, the consequences would be dire. However, at this moment, the chaos pupa shone. A domineering, devouring power was born. It instantly permeated the divine dragon's paradise and began to seize the dragon vein sealed by the sky bamboo lineage. Heavens, he's seizing the dragon, the essence of the vein. Giant Bamboo's heart trembled. The dragon vein was the lifeline of the sky bamboo lineage. It was too difficult to break it. However, the dragon totem directly penetrated the seal and stole the dragon vein's power. In almost an instant, the immortal essence flowed out like an ocean and gathered toward the chaos pupa. Layer after layer, it was as if the vast ocean was being devoured by him. The sea of immortal energy dissipated. He was like a glutton, using the continent's dragon vein as his foundation to seize the world's fortune. This is heaven-defying. Suyin sucked in a breath of cold air. He even felt that the sky bamboo lineage was in chaos. Many patriarchs sensed that the vast ancestral land's essence chi was declining. Not only here, but the vast sky bamboo continent's essence chi was also declining. The once prosperous central continent was now in a state of decline. It was as if the rivers and seas were about to dry up. Bastard, what's happening now? The patriarchs of the clan were furious. The young Devil King's storm had yet to dissipate, but the sky bamboo continent's essence chi was rapidly dispersing. It was as if an ancient powerhouse was seizing the world's fortune and using the continent's energy as food. However, no matter how they investigated, they could not find out what was happening. Who was stealing the continent's energy? Could it be that some terrifying powerhouse is breaking through in our sky bamboo continent? Very likely. Find him immediately. Otherwise, if he absorbs the energy without restraint, it'll be a cruel blow to the sky bamboo continent. The sky bamboo continent was in chaos. The experts of the various clans came out frequently to investigate the various regions of the sky bamboo continent. The core of the sky bamboo continent's dragon vein was in the clan's ancestral land. However, the dragon vein also gave birth to many branches in various parts of the sky bamboo continent. At first, they thought that it would be easy to find him. However, after searching for half a day, they could not find any clues. Furthermore, the sky bamboo continent's sinking energy had stopped. This made the experts of the various clans extremely angry. Crack! In the divine dragon grotto heaven, an ear-piercing cracking sound could be heard. The chrysalis was shattering. Suyan's heart tightened. Could a true dragon be revived? He had stolen a huge amount of divine energy. Perhaps there really was a great hope. At the same time, he could also prove the uniqueness of the sand. He still had some sand on him. Perhaps this thing could really bring the dead back to life. More and more cracks appeared. A layer of chaotic-colored chrysalis gradually collapsed, flowing with a rich aura of destruction. Or rather, it could be said that it could bring the dead back to life. Boom! When the chrysalis exploded, Su Yin saw a dragon emerge. However, the dragon quickly changed. It sometimes turned into a qilin, sometimes a vermilion bird, sometimes a kuan peng. Its aura was ever-changing. There were a total of 9 transformations. It was as if the real Dragon 9 had transformed. However, at this moment, wisps of terrifying life essence aura leaked out. It was as if a supreme living being was born. The 10th time. This has never happened before. I wonder what the dragon totem will evolve into. Will it still be a dragon? Or some other living being? Suyin was looking forward to the 10th time. He knew very well that the mysterious passage of the true dragon's leap had undergone 9 transformations. However, now that the 10th transformation was completed, it might have something to do with the sand. Could it be a 9 transformations true dragon? At this moment, Giant Bamboo let out a shocked voice. Where did this chrysalis come from? Could it have been dug out from the ruins of the Celestial Court? Chapter 1474. 9 transformations true dragon? What kind of living being is that? Suyin asked. Could it be that the giant bamboo knew about the origins of the dragon totem? This was his greatest secret, and it was even closely related to the Snow Mountain dragon coffin. The coffin was too shocking. Even primogenitors coveted it and wanted to snatch it away. Hearing this, the giant bamboo said solemnly, "I've only heard of it. It is said that it is a supreme living being of the true dragon race. And it is said that the true Dragon 9 transformation is closely related to the Celestial Court. Perhaps it is an expert of the Celestial Court." The Celestial Court was a power that rose along with the rise of the immortal heavenly domain. It was too glorious and prosperous, and few knew how strong the Celestial Court was. Legend had it that the founder of the Celestial Bamboo lineage, the Celestial Bamboo primogenitor, was once a follower of the Celestial Emperor of the ancient Celestial Court. Which Celestial Emperor was that? This no one knew. If it is the true Dragon 9 transformation, could it be that there are 10 transformations? The giant bamboo was stunned. Once the 10th transformation was completed, how terrifying would this dragon be? "It's coming out." Su Yin stared at the chaos chrysalis. The chaos chrysalis continued to crumble like a shell. Although the chaos chrysalis wasn't that big, the crumbling process was still extremely slow. After an entire day, the chaos chrysalis finally crumbled completely. However, the life energy that filled the chaos chrysalis was shockingly bright and dim, sometimes strong and sometimes completely extinguished. Not good. Su Yin was shocked. What was going on? Was the incubation process too difficult, and it was going to die prematurely? The fragments of the chaos chrysalis were flowing with a misty radiance. It looked very mysterious, like a broken space-time wormhole. Su Yin tried to use his primordial spirit to investigate the scene inside, but his soul power was blocked. He could clearly sense that the remaining soul flames of the 9 supreme living beings could easily erupt with an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The crumbling chaos chrysalis was filled with an ancient and majestic aura. "I think I can see the heavens crumbling." The giant bamboo saw a few different scenes. He felt great alarm, as if he saw the unmatched great Tao of life, the cosmos repeating itself, primal chaos breaking apart, about to reconstruct a brand new life form. Without a doubt, the 10 transformations true dragon was about to emerge. However, the life energy of the chaos chrysalis was flickering, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. Su Yin and Juju's hearts were 10,000 times heavier. Was the heaven-defying spirit going to die? Was the incubation going to fail? Would the 9 changes true dragon die completely? Could it be that the legendary 10 transformations had violated the laws of the universe and could not be born? Look, it's devouring the chaotic chrysalis. There are living creatures inside. The 10 transformations true dragon might have been born. Giant Bamboo's voice was filled with excitement, and Su Yin was also ecstatic. The 10 transformations true dragon seemed to have passed its period of weakness. He also saw a furry claw reaching out from the chaos chrysalis fragment world, grabbing fragments and devouring them quickly. Every time the living beings swallowed a fragment, their life energy would be on the verge of collapse, and they would emit powerful life energy fluctuations. However, the pleasant surprise on Su Yan's face didn't last long. The living being in the chaos chrysalis weakened once again. The chaos chrysalis fragments became fewer and fewer. Each fragment was something that could prolong its life. However, these things could only prolong its life. They couldn't strengthen its source of life. "We're in big trouble." Su Yan's expression was abnormally ugly. The dragon totem had once encountered a calamity in the mysterious passage, and its soul light had nearly evaporated. At the critical moment of his life and death, it was the magical sand that helped him undergo a new life transformation. A dragon had undergone 9 transformations in succession, and now it was undergoing its 10th evolution. One could imagine how heaven-defying and ridiculous it was. However, it seemed difficult for it to survive. It could only rely on the chaos chrysalis fragments to maintain its life. When all the fragments were eaten clean, A brand new living being appeared in front of Su Yan's eyes. What is this? Su Yan was stunned. He thought he would see a dragon, but the result exceeded his expectations. It was a small, furry snow-white beast the size of a palm, like a puppy. The snow-white beast stumbled. Its movements were slow, and it couldn't stand steadily. It let out a pitiful whimper. It wasn't as powerful as the legends said, nor was it as divine as the legends said. Its entire body was snow-white, and its fur was soft. Its hair was soft, but its little head was different. First of all, the hair on its forehead was black and white, which matched the characteristics of the Tai Bao Kai. The black and white hair was like a great Tao totem, dividing yin and yang. It flowed with the profound qi of the heavens. It was bitter and difficult to understand. It was unknown what kind of life it was describing. Not good. Su Yan's expression changed. Putting aside what the snow-white beast was, it was too weak. It fell to the ground, and its black, gem-like eyes dimmed. It seemed to be dying. Su Yan's scalp exploded. This was a dragon totem, a peerless true dragon that had absorbed over 100 drops of emperor blood. It was absolutely terrifying. But now, the 10th transformation was different from what Su Yan imagined. Its life force was drying up, and it was about to disappear completely. What should I do? Su Yan was about to go crazy. He gathered all the energy in the divine dragon's paradise, but he still couldn't help the snow-white beast extend its life. Could it be that he could only watch as it perished? Su Yan, I feel that the way it looked at you is not right. It seems like you have something that it needs. The giant bamboo's words woke Su Yan up. The snow-white beast kept looking at him. Although its eyes were dim, Su Yan could read a kind of longing from the bottom of its eyes. What was it longing for? What was it longing for? In the end, Su Yan scattered his sleeves, revealing the arm that it had hibernated in the past, and handed it to the snow-white beast. The snow-white beast's life force was about to dry up. It was very difficult for it to survive. It opened its mouth, revealing its snow-white teeth, and bit Su Yan's arm. But it was too weak. It was very difficult for it to bite through the skin. But its dim eyes emitted a strong longing. It looked very pitiful, and it made one's heart ache. It wanted to live. It didn't want to die like this. At this moment, Su Yan understood. He took out the banishing immortal sword replica and cut his wrist. Immediately, rich blood flowed out. It looked like bright red blood on the outside, but in fact there was a gray-colored blood hidden inside. This was the essence of his bloodline. The surging blood flowed from the little beast's mouth into its body. In a split second, it was completely different. Its dried-up life force was recovering. Its weak heart also started to beat. It needs my blood, no, my blood essence. Su Yan didn't have any hesitation. He forced out the gray-colored blood essence one after another. His blood looked rather special. It possessed an extremely terrifying power. However, the snow-white little critter didn't reject it at all. It ate as much as it could. The more it ate, the stronger its body became. The originally palm-sized snow-white little critter began to grow rapidly. The giant bamboo was stupefied. How could there be such an outrageous creature? Originally, it was going to die prematurely. It was very difficult for it to survive. Maybe the 10 transformations true dragon was heaven-defying. It was basically impossible to survive. However, Su Yan's blood saved it. After losing a large amount of blood essence, Su Yan's complexion became pale. He even felt a little dizzy. He had lost too much blood essence. The giant bamboo became even more apprehensive. It had already eaten so much blood essence. Could this little body really endure it? Roar! All of a sudden, the snow-white beast that had swallowed enough blood essence suddenly let out a deep roar. In a split second, it was completely different. On its forehead, the yin-yang tai chi pattern shone. 2 black and white horns actually drilled out. The aura surging out was enough to pierce the blue dome of heaven. Su Yan was shaken. He caught the terrifying essence of life being released. The snow-white little hand transformed into a huge beast. Its entire body was golden yellow, as if it was a supreme creature that walked out from the shattered primal chaos. Its imposing aura overflowed the sky. Its body was huge. Its golden flesh shell blossomed with divine splendor. It extended its dragon tail. Its snow-white claws were heavy as it walked. It carried a supreme pressure as it walked between heaven and earth. Black and white gas were spouted from its mouth. It appeared to be extremely powerful. Its soul fire was exuberant beyond compare. It surpassed Su Yin by a large margin. Of course, this was not the most important thing. Its pupils had changed. Its originally black, gem-like eyes had turned into a translucent golden left eye, and its right eye was pitch black like ink. When its left eye opened wide, heaven and earth blazed with golden brilliance. It was as if it had evolved into a mythical kingdom. It could easily suppress all kings. When its right eye opened, heaven and earth were pitch black. One couldn't even see one's own fingers. A terrifying aura pervaded the air. It was so oppressive that it made people suffocate. Its left and right eyes seemed to correspond to the yin-yang tai chi pattern on its forehead. The yin-yang tai chi pattern, there's also a great divine might. It pressed down mightily. It was captivating. This atmosphere, this scene, this posture, it all subdued Su Yin and the giant bamboo. They were completely petrified. A snow-white little beast that had just been born turned into a peak false immortal. It was powerful beyond compare, its divine might overflowing the sky. What kind of living being is this? Su Yin was astonished. It was a false immortal at birth. Wasn't it too heaven-defying? Its battle prowess was extremely powerful. Su Yin felt that he might not be able to defeat it. This fellow was definitely standing at the peak of the false immortal realm. Its life essence was exuberant. It was as if a true immortal expert was roaring here. However, it had just been born. If it had matured, how powerful would it be? This is the 10 Transformations True Dragon. It's already a peak false immortal expert at birth. The giant bamboo was scared. This was simply a monster, a freak. It was hard to imagine how great its achievements would be in the future. Roar! The majestic giant beast carried the majesty of a supreme beast. It had only gone berserk for a short period of time before its aura started to weaken. Soon, it was beaten back to its original form. It turned into a fluffy, white little beast. It looked around curiously. It had forgotten its previous memories. Soon, it came to Su Yin and rubbed its head against his thigh intimately. Then, it looked at Su Yan's wrist with eager eyes. Saliva almost flowed out from the corner of its mouth. Su Yan's face fell. It still wanted to drink blood? He had already lost a lot of energy previously, and his body was weak. He squatted down and rubbed the little beast's head. He muttered to himself, 10 Transformations True Dragon, you've forgotten your previous memories. What should I call you in the future? Little guy, you're really special. If news of this were to spread, the ancestors of the various great sects would probably jump out and fight to take you in as their disciple. A 10 Transformations True Dragon was equivalent to a brand new living being. The giant bamboo had never heard of such a monstrous living being in the world. Its head was towering, and it carried a complicated yin-yang Dao diagram. Because of Su Yan's blood essence, it survived and endured the most difficult period. The 10 Transformations True Dragon was very close to Su Yin and treated him as family. With such terrifying potential, it will definitely become the supreme god of war of the Demon Gate in the future. The giant bamboo was sure that if it wasn't for the fact that it was weak, its heaven-defying level would be unimaginable. It was a pseudo-immortal when it was born. In its berserk state, Su Yin might not be able to defeat it. Su Yin hugged the 10 Transformations True Dragon and soon found that it had fallen asleep. It was very sweet. In the past few days, Su Yin stole a portion of the energy essence of the various grotto heavens. However, this time, Su Yin was prepared to use the energy essence to create a peak-level formation in preparation for the 10,000 tribes battlefield. After doing all this, his cultivation in the divine dragon grotto heaven came to an end. Su Yin walked out of the divine dragon grotto heaven. The bamboo origin force was already waiting outside, afraid that he would be delayed. After returning to the outer sect, Su Yin heard many things that kept echoing in his ears. His footsteps were heavy as he rushed back to his family. The Xian people and the Wondrous Heaven sect had joined hands to dig out the experts of the Yin Emperor organization in some continents and killed them. Some of the corpses were even hung at the city gates to intimidate the world. The two ancient, immortal orthodoxies left behind ruthless words. As long as the Yin Emperor did not appear, they would endlessly hunt him down. This was very cruel. They wanted to exterminate the Yin Emperor organization to the last one. This shocked the world and also saved a lot of face. Even the two old servants of the Tongtian young master stood up and asked the young Devil King to come to the Wu family to accept his punishment. Otherwise, he would have to bear the consequences. Some people felt that the young Devil King was not going to live long and was targeted by the Tongtian young master. Some people felt that the relationship between the Tongtian young master and Wu Qili was not simple. The Tongtian young master stood up for the Wu family after the death of Wu Feiying. In short, the news about Wu Qili did not spread. However, the Tongtian young master stood up, and the matter became serious. The world could not forget that the instigator of this series of storms was the young Devil King. He was a true, ruthless person. He had really pierced through the sky. We will meet again one day. Su Yan's footsteps were heavy as he returned to his residence. He sat down cross-legged and was very silent. Roar. 10 true dragon transformations. I have changed the name of the little guy. What do you think? Chapter 1475. Su Yan stayed in seclusion, cherishing his remaining time. The 10,000 tribes battlefield was about to open, and the time was approaching. Su Yan could sense the existence of the immortal path at the peak of the 8th heaven immortal realm at any time. He was eager to connect with the immortal path and obtain unparalleled combat power, becoming a true immortal realm expert and living a carefree life. But he held his ground. The Emperor Road was too important. The immortal orthodoxies had hidden talents, sealed in the space-time hole for a long time, waiting for the Emperor Road to open. One could imagine how far-reaching the Emperor Road's influence on the major tribes was. The 10,000 tribes battlefield alone could guide the super-powerful immortal path. It was enough to make these geniuses wait patiently, suppressing their breakthrough time. After all, some resources in this world were too rare and precious. But the 10,000 tribes battlefield was a super treasure trove. There were some broken orthodoxies, ruins, rare places of fortune, and grand immortal path. Everyone knew that the stronger the accumulation of the true immortal realm, the greater the hope of reaching the grand heavenly realm in the future. The immortal heavenly domain was vast and endless. There were countless immortal realm cultivators in the various immortal orthodoxies. There were also a bunch of immortal realm elders. But the grand heavenly realm was limited. The reason was related to the immortal path. What was the immortal path? Su Yan could not explain it. He could only understand it as the foundation of the immortal path. Only by touching it could one understand it deeply. This guy's throughput, other than the immortal orthodoxies, no one else can afford it. The snow-white little beast was already a month old. It did not grow taller, but it had also mastered the breathing technique. However, the amount of energy it breathed out every day was shocking. It was like a bottomless pit. It did not reject any energy from heaven and earth. It loved the immortal path stone and even elixirs. Regarding this, Su Yan was extremely helpless. If you want to transform, you need to rely on my blood to enter a battle state. Normally, you only know how to breathe in energy. Even after eating so much, I don't see any increase in your body. What a monster. Su Yan gave the 10 transformations true dragon a new name, Little White Dragon. When it grows up in the future, he would call it Long Day Song. It's still small now. When it grows up, it can learn to control its own transformation ability. Bamboo Moon was full of joy as she hugged the little white dragon. The little thing was snow white and sparkling. It was very lovable. At first, the little white dragon was resistant to other people, but it couldn't resist Bamboo Moon's gentle temperament and gradually developed a good impression of her. Immediately after, the little white dragon impatiently looked at Su Yan. This pitiful appearance caused Su Yan's face to twitch. This fellow was always thinking about his precious blood. Su Yin couldn't say how special his treasure blood was. In short, other than his treasure blood, Little White Dragon wasn't interested in anyone else's treasure blood. Soon, Su Yin cut his wrist and poured out an entire bowl of precious blood. The Little White Dragon was excited. Its black gemstone eyes were shining as it waved its little claws, asking for the precious blood. Su Yin had no choice but to give it a bowl of precious blood. Seeing the Little White Dragon drink his blood all day long, Su Yin felt a bit disgusted. Gulyalu, the Little White Dragon, directly drank the bowl of precious blood. It stretched out its bright red tongue and licked the corner of its mouth. Could it have another bowl? Foodie. Su Yan's face darkened as he rubbed the little dragon's head with his palm. He really wanted to see the 10 transformations true dragon recover as soon as possible. He hoped that one day, the 10 transformations true dragon could also become a supreme expert like the sect leader, Wong. After drinking the precious blood, the Little White Dragon quickly fell asleep. In its sleep, its white and fluffy body shone, blossoming with auspicious multicolored light. It was quite mystical, as if it was gathering multicolored light to ascend. Especially the yin-yang diagram on its forehead. It flowed with a dusky luster, enriching the profound aura of the heavens. Su Yin didn't find the situation strange. Su Yan's blood was the Little White Dragon's life-saving medicine. Every time it drank the precious blood, it would sleep for half a day, as if it was undergoing some kind of awakening in its sleep to nourish its body. It was very obvious that the Little White Dragon's body was becoming more robust day by day. Its body was already very sturdy. It's here again. At this moment, Su Yin discovered that Bamboo Moon's snow-white body was blossoming with divine multicolored light. The immortal substance was surging and steaming, faintly emitting a powerful holy aura. It was as if a door to a holy land was opening in the human body. Try to suppress it as much as possible, Giant Bamboo said nervously. Although he was very clear that Bamboo Moon's second birth of the Sky Bamboo Dharma Idol Seed was a kind of transformation, he hoped that this transformation would be completed in the place where the Sky Bamboo progenitor had fallen. Bamboo Moon had awakened 10 days ago, and her strength had recovered to the immortal domain. However, it was very important to regrow the Sky Bamboo Dharma Idol Seed that he had lost. It would definitely be stronger than before. I can vaguely sense that there's a shadow standing in a very distant world, looking at me. Bamboo Moon tried hard to suppress the urge to birth the Sky Bamboo Dharma Idol. Her words had a great impact on Giant Bamboo. Could it be that the progenitor was really still alive? Sky Bamboo progenitor. Su Yin murmured. This was an existence that was not inferior to the Xian people's progenitor. These days, Su Yin had been flipping through the ancient books in the tribe's scripture library many times. He had also found some clues about the ultimate land. It was rumored that all the strong cultivators who had participated in that year had died. The Sky Bamboo progenitor was no exception. However, it was proven that the Xian people's progenitor was still alive. He had also participated in that year. This meant that the Sky Bamboo progenitor might not have fallen. Perhaps he was severely injured and had fallen to a certain point, unable to return. Could it be that the progenitor is trapped in the Emperor Road? Giant Bamboo said. His words were shocking. What is the Emperor Road? Su Yin asked. There are no natives in the Emperor Road. Once the Emperor Road was closed, everyone would have to leave. No one knows better than your tribe about what this road is about. Giant Bamboo said. The Emperor Road was originally created by the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Court. Some people say that this is the road of immortal ascension. Some say that this is the Emperor Road. There are many theories. Some even say that the Emperor Road can connect to a world that has passed away. A world that has passed away? Su Yin was confused. Giant Bamboo was also puzzled. Then, Su Yin was awakened. He thought of the mysterious skeleton and the celestial slayer sword. Could it be a special era that was far before the Xianhuang universe, or even before the undying celestial domain? We can only find these answers in the ultimate land. Giant Bamboo said in a low voice, we can find the root cause of the celestial court's destruction. The Emperor Road used to be a path of domination. I wonder what will happen when it opens in this era. Su Yin was looking forward to it. He was excited, but he also felt a little serious. His emotions were complicated. The most dazzling collision was about to begin. He was about to face the most bloody battle. The place where the sky bamboo progenitor fell, the black mist, the ultimate land. These were the tasks that Su Yin wanted to complete the most. Each task was harder than the last. The challenge was great. However, Su Yin was equally excited. The battle blood in his body was boiling. Another month had passed. The little white dragon's need for Su Yin's blood had decreased significantly. The little thing was eccentric and had a furry body. Its body was extremely flexible. Although there was no source of divine power in its body, once this little thing transformed, it was extremely amazing. How should a 10 transformation true dragon grow? This gave Su Yin and Giant Bamboo a headache. They could not find a way to restore a 10 transformation true dragon as soon as possible. On this day, the two elders arrived at Su Yan's cave residence. He was extremely surprised. The two elders' faces were a little gloomy. Su Yan's heart was beating like a drum. He was very respectful. He asked the two elders if he had caused any trouble. Bai Yunqi has left. The Bai family has defected. One of the elders said something shocking and stared at Xia Kunlun with a scrutinizing gaze. What? The Bai family has defected? Su Yin was shocked. He stammered. Bai Yunqi has left? This. When the two elders saw Su Yan's appearance, their expressions softened. It seemed that he did not know anything. Xia Kunlun, you're an expert from the Void Universe. You don't have much connection with the Bai family. As long as you stay in the family, if you perform well in the Myriad Tribe's battlefield, the family will not mistreat you. The two elders left after leaving behind a few words. Su Yin was dumbfounded. However, the bamboo origin power came quickly. He understood the ins and outs of the situation. Currently, the Sky Bamboo lineage was not in a good situation. It seemed that because of the young Devil King's influence, the Sky Bamboo lineage's status was not as good as before. Some of their subordinate clans that controlled large continents had left the Sky Bamboo lineage. The Bai family was one of them. Now, they were subordinate to the Chaos Grotto Heaven. It was said that the Chaos Grotto Heaven gave the Bai family's ancestor something to prolong his life as a true immortal. They also allowed the Bai family to continue controlling the White Phoenix continent. This matter was not too sudden. In short, more than 10 subordinate clans of the Sky Bamboo lineage had left the Sky Bamboo lineage. This was a heavy blow to the clan. It's good that they're gone. I don't have anything to worry about. Su Yin calmed down. Ever since the 9 Cauldrons auction started, Bai Yunqi had left the Sky Bamboo lineage and never returned. Su Yin, the Sky Bamboo lineage, did not care about these subordinate clans in the past. But things are different now. Giant Bamboo suddenly spoke. It seems like the Myriad Tribe's battlefield is about to open. An entrance has probably appeared in the White Phoenix continent. If you want to enter the Myriad Tribe's battlefield, you have to go through the entrance. The various major immortal sects have already started to make arrangements. They want to be the first to enter through the entrances. This way, they can quickly control the resource mystic realms. So that's how it is. Su Yin was shocked. The undying heavenly domain was a world ruled by immortal sections. Even if the Myriad Tribe's battlefield opened, these immortal sects would do everything they could to seize the resource mystic realms. The Chaos Grotto Heaven did not want to fight to the death with the Sky Bamboo lineage. Hence, they secretly subdued the Bai family. This way, they could rightfully control an entrance. However, Su Yin knew very well that the only entrance that the Sky Bamboo lineage wanted was Green Mountain Continent. Dong! Suddenly, a series of loud bell chimes spread across the entire Sky Bamboo continent. Then, the ancestral land of the Sky Bamboo lineage shook violently. Is it opening? Su Yin walked out of the cave abode and looked up at the sky. Was this day coming? Was the Myriad Tribe's battlefield about to open? Everyone knew that once the Myriad Tribe's battlefield opened, the Emperor ranking would determine the top 10,000 list. Chapter 1476. The sound of the bell reverberated throughout the entire sky bamboo continent. On this day, the sound of the bell reverberated throughout the vast, undying celestial domain, reaching the ears of all living beings. The entire world was in an uproar. All the powerful races, immortal sects, and ancient worlds were bursting with divine light. This was the beginning of a golden age that shook the entire world. The strongest era had arrived. After 1,000,000 years, the second stage of the Emperor's path had finally begun. The second stage was the road of immortal ascension to become a true immortal. It was called the 10,000 Races Battlefield because the final top 10,000 list would definitely rise in the future and bring glory to their ancestors. Rumble. The vast, undying celestial domain was in an uproar. All the ancestral courts of the major races were bursting with divine light, revealing their ancient will and endless anticipation. They were waiting for the most outstanding sky prides of their races to stand among the top 10,000. So many people. This is beyond my expectations. Su Yin was greatly shaken. The heavenly bamboo lineage had called for a grand meeting, and the god statues that were consecrated in the ancestral court were glowing. It was as if the ancestors who had passed away had been awakened. They were anticipating that the heavenly bamboo lineage would be able to erupt with world-shaking divine might in the flourishing age. The entire sky bamboo continent was in an uproar as countless undying beings rushed towards Sky Bamboo City. The sky bamboo lineage had been around for a long time and had a large population. Countless undying beings rushed towards Sky Bamboo City. There were no less than a few 100,000 of them. This was a shocking number. It was quite unbelievable. If the sky bamboo continent alone had a few 100,000 undying beings participating, what about the other continents? Although this was a prosperous continent located at the center of the celestial domain. However, the center of the undying celestial domain had 3,000 continents. How many undying beings would participate in the battle? Of course, there were also many undying beings from the older generation who participated. There were also many half-step true immortals. The undying beings that gathered at Sky Bamboo City were not all from the Sky Bamboo lineage. Most of them were from other races. However, since they were all native life forms of the heavenly bamboo continent, they naturally obeyed the orders of the heavenly bamboo lineage. This immortal sect's Taoist orthodoxy was mighty and mighty. These native life forms also viewed the heavenly bamboo lineage as an imperial dynasty. Sky Bamboo City was in a hubbub of voices. Hundreds of thousands of undying beings were boiling with vitality. All of a sudden, a blazing aura that could burn the heavens surged over. 9 suns soared into the sky, dazzling and resplendent, suppressing the clamor in the city. A figure as dazzling as a golden god crossed over to Sky Bamboo City. It was as if a supreme treasure was blooming in this place. His blood and energy were exuberant beyond compare. Zhu Jiuyang. The city was in an uproar. This was a pseudo-immortal realm expert, a top-notch figure of the younger generation. Soon after, more people arrived, causing the entire Sky Bamboo City to temporarily turn pitch black. A terrifying aura pervaded the air, as if a supreme being from the heavens had come back to life. It could easily suppress one's soul. Zhu Xingrong, the second void immortal, appeared. Santian's aura was extremely dense. He had a high status in the sky bamboo lineage and was highly regarded by the old ancestor. Following that, one aura after another appeared in Sky Bamboo City. It was as if true immortals were howling. The world was shocked to discover that 5 young false immortals had gathered in Sky Bamboo City. They were all top experts of the younger generation. In the state of human Tao as one, they intimidated their peers. However, when the 6th person appeared, the entire place was in an uproar. A woman filled with imperial heavenly might descended upon Sky Bamboo City. The moment her primordial spirit aura was released, it merged with her body. Instantly, a vast Santian divine might was released and swept across the entire city, competing with the 5 void immortals. Zhu Yao. The atmosphere in the city suddenly fell silent. This person had been beaten up by the young Devil King twice in a row, and his fighting spirit had been greatly damaged. He originally thought that he would be depressed, but who would have thought that Zhu Yao would enter the void immortal realm? In Sky Bamboo City, the disciples of the Sky Bamboo lineage were all very unhappy. They knew very well that in order to nurture Zhu Yao, the family had spent a large amount of money to buy primordial spirit mystic medicine. It allowed Zhu Yao's primordial spirit to break through to the immortal Tao realm, and she would also become a void immortal expert in one fell swoop. Su Yan's eyes also looked up at Zhu Yao. Under many unhappy gazes, Zhu Yao's divine might was released. She was like a goddess in the sky, and a terrifying aura that could traverse the past, present, and future appeared behind her. Sky Bamboo Dharma Idol. The cultivators in the city were shocked. They saw a bamboo that reached the heavens and the earth grow in the world of firmament. It could easily pierce through the sky and display a shocking attack. Vaguely, the Sky Bamboo and Zhu Yao were about to merge into one and display a thunderous attack. This was also a kind of innate suppression. The Void Immortals in Sky Bamboo City seemed to be a level lower, and there was a general trend of Zhu Yao being the leader. Good. The elders of Zhu Yao's lineage were pleasantly surprised. Zhu Yao had become a top expert of the younger generation. If she encountered the young Devil King again, she would definitely be able to suppress him. The strength of the Sky Bamboo Dharma Idol was very difficult to calculate with common sense. Since Zhu Yao had merged with the Dharma Idol seed, she had also cultivated a series of remarkable skills of the clan. She was qualified to become the future successor of the Sky Bamboo lineage. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the city was suppressed to the bottom of the valley in an instant. Boom! Zhu Yanghua was the first to arrive. He looked very calm, but in fact his aura was quite shocking. It was his combat strength that was suppressing everything. An ancient supreme aura appeared behind him, surpassing Zhu Yao's Sky Bamboo Dharma Idol. In this state, Zhu Yanghua turned into the brightest star in Sky Bamboo City, and his aura engulfed the entire city. Zhu Yanghua, the entire city was shaken. Without a doubt, Zhu Yanghua was the leading expert of the Sky Bamboo continent. It could be said that he represented the prosperity of the continent. His arrival made the 6 Void Immortals of the Sky Bamboo lineage pale in comparison. Even if Zhu Yao was not convinced, she could not suppress Zhu Yanghua's great power. One had to know that this person was the only successor of their clan that was recognized by the entire clan. 7 Void Immortals. The ancestors of the Sky Bamboo lineage laughed heartily. Of course, they knew that 3 of them were seeds sealed in the time hole. They believed that the other immortal sects would definitely have a lot of Void Immortals. This was truly a golden age. They did not know how cruel the bloody battles in the 10,000 tribes battlefield would be. At this moment, Su Yin sensed a special aura. It was too grand and majestic, as if it suppressed the entire Sky Bamboo City. Su Yan's primordial spirit trembled. The source of this aura came from the ancestral court of the Sky Bamboo lineage. The experts guarding the ancestral court trembled and knelt on the ground to worship. The golden age is coming. The grand voice also exploded and spread throughout the entire Sky Bamboo continent. It shook the heavens and the earth and spread into everyone's ears. Sky Bamboo continent. If an expert enters the top 10,000 on the Emperor ranking, he will receive the treatment of a Grand Elder and be rewarded with 50,000 kilograms of immortal Tao stones. The deafening voice seemed to be interrogating one's soul, causing the entire Sky Bamboo City to boil. Everyone's emotions were surging. A Grand Elder was an ancestor. Once one entered the top 10,000 on the Emperor ranking, he would receive the treatment of an ancestor and even 50,000 kilograms of immortal Tao stones. This was equivalent to obtaining a pass to become a Zenith Heaven True Immortal. However, how difficult was it to enter the top 10,000? How many people in the entire Sky Bamboo continent could enter the Emperor ranking? If one can enter the top 100 on the Emperor ranking, he will be bestowed the title of Saint and be rewarded with 1,000,000 kilograms of immortal Tao stones. This voice was extremely awe-inspiring and penetrating. It stirred up a surging wave. All the top-notch experts of the Sky Bamboo lineage felt their blood boil. Once they were conferred the title of Saint Child, they would be the future successor of their clan. They would be the sect master who wielded the power of a colossal faction. I will definitely get it. Zhu Yao roared in her heart. She was very ambitious. As long as she could obtain the fortune and opportunity in the ancestral land, she believed that she would definitely be able to compete for the saint's position in the future. 1,000,000 kilograms of immortal Tao stones. Zhu Jiuyang and the others trembled. Once they obtained it, they wouldn't have to worry about the resources needed to reach the Zenith Heaven realm, let alone the 9th layer of the immortal Tao realm. Su Yan's eyes were red. He wanted to rob their treasury. They were too rich. Of course, the ancestor of the clan knew that 1,000,000 kilograms of immortal Tao stones was a huge fortune for their clan. However, once the saint was confirmed, they would naturally do everything they could to nurture him. For the celestial bamboo lineage, which dominated the entire celestial domain and looked down on all races, once they were conferred the title of Holy Son, they would be bestowed with incredible fortune. On this day, all the clans in the undying heavenly domain were holding a meeting. The situation was similar to the Sky Bamboo lineage. It's really spectacular. Su Yan also saw that in the Sky Bamboo City, tens of thousands of treasure vaults were opened. Millions of rays of light filled the entire city. Tens of thousands of treasure vaults lit up. One after another, battle armors were taken out. There was silver, black, golden, Sky Bamboo battle armor. The cultivators in the city were looking forward to it. This was a series of battle armors from the Sky Bamboo lineage. The silver battle armor could withstand attacks from peak Immortal Realm experts. The black battle armor could withstand attacks from pseudo-Immortal Realm experts. And the golden battle armor was the most valuable. It could withstand attacks from true Immortal Realm experts. The battle armor is precious. Those who are capable will live in it. A large group of elders from the Sky Bamboo lineage walked out and took out many test tablets for them to test. As long as they received their approval, they would be given the battle armor. Su Yan was given a set of black battle armor. After he put it on, his entire body was filled with terrifying defense. It could withstand attacks from pseudo-Immortal Realm experts. The main reason was that the battle armor was covered with a layer of inscriptions that could withstand attacks from Immortal Tao Yuan spirit. Zhu Yuan Li also told Su Yan that the main reason for giving out the battle armor was to prevent accidental injuries. This surprised Su Yan. It seemed like the opening of the battlefield was going to be a bloody battle. 50,000 sets of battle armor have been given out. With 50,000 elite troops, we will definitely be able to conquer that world. Our tribe's biggest mission in the battlefield is to kill anyone who dares to invade the place where Sky Bamboo's ancestor died. Let's go. The battlefield is about to open. In the Sky Bamboo City, the commotion was getting louder and louder. Finally, a teleportation array that crossed continents was opened. Su Yan had been preparing for the battle for a long time. He was even quieter now. It's time to go. I'm really looking forward to it. Su Yan stepped into the teleportation array. The instant this teleportation array lit up, it began to cross continents and head to the entrance of the battlefield. Chapter 1477. Su Yan had arrived at the Golden Sun continent. He was accompanied by tens of thousands of elite soldiers. Thousands of them wore silver armor, and the rest of them were not weak either. Tens of thousands of elite soldiers surged with blood chi and battle intent. When they arrived at the Golden Sun city of the Golden Sun continent, the entire city trembled. It was extremely difficult to withstand the surging blood chi. The combined essence, energy, and spirit of tens of thousands of immortals was truly shocking. It suppressed the entire ancient city until it lost its luster. The residents of the city were shocked. Tens of thousands of elite soldiers had arrived too suddenly, and the leader was Zhu Yao. Of course, there were also more than 10 descendants wearing golden sky bamboo armor standing at the front. Their auras were extremely shocking. It was as if a group of gods and demons had rushed out, causing a huge storm that swept across the mountains and rivers. The Golden Sun continent was considered a rich continent. Its status was similar to the Green Mountain continent, and it was under the jurisdiction of the Sky Bamboo branch. There were also many experts participating in this continent. However, the sudden appearance of tens of thousands of elite troops from the Heavenly Bamboo branch, which was even led by a Void Immortal, had truly shocked everyone. This isn't the Green Mountain continent at all. Su Yin frowned slightly. Things had exceeded his expectations. Logically speaking, Zhu Yao should have gone to the Green Mountain continent after fusing with the Sky Bamboo seed. Why did she choose the Golden Sun continent? Su Yin, I've caught the aura of the primogenitor. At this moment, Giant Bamboo's voice sounded. It seems that it's not just the Green Mountain continent. The entrance to the Golden Sun continent is also related to the place where the primogenitor died. Su Yin was shocked. The Green Mountain continent was too far away from here. The aura of the Sky Bamboo primogenitor's death could affect such a vast territory. Su Yin was amazed. I'm guessing that the primogenitor is attracting the experts of our race. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a strong aura. Giant Bamboo said, I'm afraid it's not just the two continents. It seems that searching for the primogenitor's death in the 10,000 races battlefield isn't easy. If we're the first to arrive, won't we be able to enter the place where the Sky Bamboo primogenitor died first? Su Yin asked. Hearing this, Zhu Zhu smiled bitterly and said, You think too much. When the 10,000 tribe battlefield opens, you will know how cruel it is. Although I am a useless disciple of the primogenitor, it will take me a lot of time to see where the primogenitor died. Su Yin scratched his head. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. After all, the first batch of people to land would all fight for the resource secret realms. At that time, the competition would be especially brutal. Everyone, follow me. Zhu Yao was a leading expert. She led over 10,000 elite troops and quickly rushed to the entrance of the battlefield. The Golden Sun continent was also a vassal continent of the Heavenly Bamboo, and the number of participants here exceeded Su Yan's expectations. There were at least 1 million participants in the immortal heavenly domain. How many participants were there in the immortal heavenly domain? The people of the Sky Bamboo branch are here. It seems that the struggle for supremacy in this region will be extremely bloody. Countless cultivators gathered in this vast territory. Not every continent had an entrance. According to probability, an entrance would appear in every dozen or so continents. Of course, in the immortal heavenly domain, there are more than 10,000 entrances to the battlefield. Can the battlefield handle so many people going in together? Some of the cultivators from nearby continents saw the magnificent crowd and felt a headache coming. Some of them laughed. The magnificence of the battlefield is indescribable. It's as if it exists in another dimension. It's so big that it's boundless. The magnificence of the second stage of the Emperor Road was indescribable. Only by stepping into it could one understand its magnificence. Until now, no one knew who built the battlefield. According to rumors, the Celestial Court once ran through the Emperor Road. However, the Celestial Court only ran through the Emperor Road. This road had existed before. Ever since the Emperor Road appeared, it was known as the gathering place of creation. A person's cultivation was naturally related to the universe's environment. However, when it came to the cultivation of the immortal Tao, the battlefield was the best environment. It was the best place to nurture the strongest talents. Boom! A dull explosion shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if a slumbering chaos beast was awakening. The onlookers in this region were shocked. Is it going to open? Su Yan's deep eyes looked at the sky. He looked at the peak of the sky. The world changed color. It was pitch black and then covered the entire continent. Boom! A terrifying aura bloomed and shook the sky. Su Yin saw the chaotic waves start to churn. Large space-time cracks appeared one after another. They were very deep and seemed to penetrate into another space-time. The battlefield is above the sky. Su Yin was surprised. At the peak of the sky, many space-time cracks appeared. A thick aura of time fell, and a magnificent immortal Tao appeared. This is the entrance? Yen was even more surprised. He could vaguely sense that the entrance was different. He had the heaven-opening writing brush and the eye of heaven escape. He looked at the entrance and vaguely felt that the entrance was like a collapsed corner of a magnificent ancient artifact. It was just a broken corner, but it flowed with supreme law aura. Yen was moved. What was the Emperor Road? What did this road have to do with it? From the entrance, he caught a kind of incomplete, yet extremely powerful aura. There was even an aura of great destruction that shook the long river of time. It was very terrifying and frightening. It seemed to be somewhat similar to the aura of the mysterious skeleton. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he was. He clenched his fists tightly. From this moment on, the soul light in his primordial spirit was surging. A treasure trove of snow-white mist that had merged with his primordial spirit was about to undergo a special awakening. The black and white aura had a great connection with the Emperor Road. Yen was silent. He wondered if the other man who controlled the black aura had a similar reaction. The entrance of the battlefield opened. In a vast, undying heavenly domain, there were tens of thousands of entrances resonating at the same time. It was a terrifying scene. What does the black and white aura have to do with it? Is it directly related to the foundation of the Emperor Road? Yen thought secretly. Continents after continents were in an uproar. However, the entrances of some continents were very quiet. Because of the invincible experts of the same generation, they were even given the supreme honor of being in the top 10 of the Emperor rankings a long time ago. At one of the entrances, the experts of the Sien people gathered. The leading man's aura was terrifying. The moment his blood chi flowed, it covered the sky. When it bloomed, countless participants were terrified. Everyone was terrified. Was he really a false immortal? The blood chi in his body was so vigorous that it made the true immortals tremble. They felt suffocated and their hearts trembled. A ridiculous thought appeared in their mind. He was definitely underestimated. He might have the strength to fight for the top 3 of the Emperor rankings. The young supreme of the Sien people was extremely powerful. In the flesh shell, there was a faint black light that showed signs of flying out. He thought a lot. His eyes were cold. He had a feeling that there was more to this thing. He could vaguely feel that there was another person controlling it. He smiled calmly with indifference. Although he didn't know who it was, he wanted to fight for the top spot of the Emperor rankings in this life. Anyone who stood in his way would be killed without mercy. He had absolute confidence that he could sweep through the Emperor Road. This black mist had given him too much. It made his battle body stronger day by day. The ancestors of the clans were amazed. They felt that this was an opportunity given to them by the heavens. At the same time, in another continent far away, a person also appeared. His appearance shocked the world. This was a blurry figure that was golden in color, its aura devouring the heavens, possessing a tremendous boldness. This was a small success imperishable body that came from the imperishable clan, an ancient family that wasn't inferior to immortal sect inheritances. The indestructible body was too famous. Any person with a small success indestructible body was qualified to fight for the top 100 of the Emperor rankings, or even a more terrifying position. My brother also has an indestructible body, but there were a few powerful men standing nearby. Tensor was in a bad mood. He clenched his fists. He was a man of steel, but when he thought of Yen, his heart was filled with flames of anger. Yen also had an indestructible body in the past. He even cultivated the indestructible body as soon as he stepped into the immortal realm. If their brothers were still alive, they believed that they would be able to conquer the vast, immortal heavenly domain and become one of the strongest experts in the world. But would he be able to come back alive from the darkness? The saintess of the sovereign sect. In another continent, there was a hubbub of voices. She truly had too many suitors. The sovereign sect was a colossal sect that wasn't inferior to the immortal clan. The sovereign immortal technique of the sovereign sect was said to possess peerless offensive strength, and there were rarely any divine abilities that could compare to it. This was the strongest divine ability in history. The saintess of the sovereign sect was an outstanding beauty. Her snow-white feet were bare, and her appearance was peerless. Her beauty was unparalleled, and she was one of the top 10 beauties in the entire immortal heavenly domain. Moreover, she was the saintess of the sovereign sect, and she was directly listed as the future successor of the sovereign sect. It was obvious how noble her identity was. Even a sect as powerful as the Heavenly Bamboo sect had not confirmed the position of saintess. However, the sovereign sect, as a top-notch orthodoxy, had directly confirmed the position of saintess. It was obvious how powerful she was. She definitely had a place in the top 30 of the Emperor rankings. The second stage of the Emperor Road was about to begin. The Golden Era was surging, and many legendary figures appeared one after another. This entrance is getting more and more extraordinary. Su Yin had been staring at the entrance of the Golden Sun continent. The entire sky was filled with spatial rifts, and they were filled with dense fluctuations of time as if they had passed through thousands of eras. As the rifts grew bigger, even Su Yin could not see the whole picture. Boom! Following that, the dense rifts burned, and they were filled with supreme laws. They began to melt, and they were about to merge into one. They were about to transform into a supreme passage, and they were also surging with supreme laws. Su Yin was shocked. He really felt like it was the tip of a supreme weapon that was about to destroy the entire Golden Sun continent. One had to know that there were over 10,000 entrances that were expanding at the same time. They resonated and rumbled like heavenly drums, and their momentum spread throughout the vast, immortal heavenly domain, causing endless waves. The 10,000 passages seemed to be connecting into one. They seemed to be outlining an ancient world that had passed away, and they also seemed to be outlining an extremely powerful artifact. What does a coffin involve? Did I miss something in the past? In an extremely far place, in an empty space, there was a land of treasures. The living beings that had been sleeping here for a long time emitted a little bit of vitality. Boom! The entire land of treasures that was about to dry up was about to collapse, and the vast, empty space was trembling. A pair of eyes also opened. They were too brilliant, piercing through the void as he looked at the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Beside him, there was also a golden sword embryo. Although it was in a dormant state, its sharpness was number one throughout the ages. If the Xian people were here, they would definitely be shocked. This was the ancestor of the Xian people. He wielded the immortal slaying sword and was in a deep slumber within the land of treasures. Now, he awakened, the boundless void of space-time trembling. A pair of massive pupils opened, as if they were the eyes of heaven surveying the heavens. Within his pupils, over 10,000 supreme passageways were reflected. This was very terrifying and inconceivable. It was hard to imagine what kind of realm the ancestor of the Xian people had reached. He could be said to be an invincible giant who looked down on the river of time. Wong. His pupils moved, and the 10,000 supreme passages reflected in his eyes shone at the same time. They were even merging and refining, forming a world-shaking heavenly coffin that was going to suppress the entire space. Look, the ancestor of the Xian people roared. His aura was too terrifying, and the divine light emitted from his eyes illuminated millions of miles away. Even a true immortal of the great firmament could be suppressed to death. His eyes were blazing, and he looked at the battlefield of the 10,000 races again, trying to decipher its laws. Suddenly, he felt that he had seen through it, but when he looked at the origin, he seemed to see a figure walking forward step by step. The further he walked, the more shocking his aura was. Even the great stars of history were wailing, and the strongest in history, Ingja, was about to kneel under his feet. First Celestial Emperor, his mind was a little absent-minded, and his skin and bones were cold.